Okay, sorry for the late start here tonight. We're going to go ahead and get started with the Community Board 3 SLA meeting for September 8th. Before we get started, I'm just going to go through kind of how the procedures are going to go. When your item is called, we're going to go through a quick summary. I will go through the quick summary, then I'll hand it over to the applicant or the applicant's representative to add, correct, thing they would like to say, and then we'll move to members of the public, whether they're here in person or on Zoom. Everyone will have 2 minutes to speak. After that, the applicant will have a chance to respond. We'll then move to committee discussion and a vote. When you are called to speak, please keep your words to 2 minutes. Be respectful, no name calling, no disparaging, none of that. And other than that, I think we are ready to get started. We did have a few items that have withdrawn this evening. Well, number 2, Chinese Tuxedo at 5 Doyer Street. That was moved to administrative approval. If you are here for number 2, Chinese Tuxedo, 5 Doyer Street, that was administratively approved because it was a simple change. Cafe Mod at 132 2nd Avenue withdrew. Present Moments at 96 Orchard Street withdrew. And all of the other items will be heard tonight. But if you were here for an item that withdrew, please watch the calendar. It may appear at a later date. We're going to start with a roll call vote. Stephen Ballinger. Here. Zaviglia. Bolivario. Here. Megan Joy. Lynn Smeltzer. Here. Okay. So we are going to go a little bit out of order this evening, simply because we have someone here that wants to speak who is traveling internationally. So it's a very, very late for her at this time. So we are going to take item number 12, which is Cloister Cafe at 238 9th Street. The applicant here for Cloister Cafe. Applicant online for Cloister Cafe. Please raise your Zoom hand if you are applicant representative for Cloister Cafe. Okay, so we're getting them promoted. Okay, so and Adrian, are you the representative or attorney for, are you one of the applicants? Can anyone hear me on Zoom? Please speak or raise your hand or go to the participant. You can go somewhere there. I mean, people are saying thumbs up, so I think that means, okay. So TV control. Yeah. So Walter, I think we can see you speaking, but we can't hear you. I'm not sure if it's a mic problem on your side. Now he's muted. Yes. Okay, now you're unmuted, Michael, or I'm sorry, Walter. Am I speaking so we still can't hear you? Promote someone else. Just let's see. Promote. Michael Kelly, we're promoting you momentarily.
Just want to sound check.
People.
Yes.
Michael, can you hear us, Michael?
Perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move you back till it's your time, but we just wanted to use the circuit. Okay, so I'm Walter. I'm not sure why we can't hear you. I don't think it's on our side. We just did a test with someone else. I don't know. Yeah, Michael said he could hear it perfectly, so it's something working from Zoom. No. I think this is here. Yeah. And it was muted. It was seemed like you talked. Adrian. Adrian, can you hear us as well? Can you speak? You're unmuted, but can you speak? No. Ellie,
Just talk to him.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else, but the applicants can't. Pick someone and see if there's anyone else. Thanks. Okay, pick just pick a random person. Pick Bryce. We're gonna promote you just to see if you can actually hear us and we can hear you. So we're promoting you to a panelist to speak. Bryce, can you unmute yourself and speak? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Okay, thank you. We were just using you as a test because we are still having some technical difficulties, but Walter and Adrian, I'm really not sure what the problem is, but it does not appear to be on our side. I'm not sure if you signing off and signing back on is going to help. Maybe try that. Yes. Try that, or if nothing else, I can have you dial in by phone, but try signing off and signing back on. Please. It doesn't appear that it seems to be specifically.
Are they?
No, there you go. Jeez. Nancy is a rest. Hey, Nancy on. Wait, Susan, I didn't see you in there in the panel. I don't see her either.
Is she?
Oh, it's just there's a go. iPhone. Phone. I think it popped it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it seems like Walter is back. Given we I apologize, everyone. Okay, so Adrian, we are promoting you again now that you've rejoined. Let's cross our fingers that this works. Okay,
Hello, hello.
yes, we can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay, so Walter, it seemed like when Adrian signed out and signed back on, it seemed to fix the problem. So if you could please try that. Signs back in. Okay, Walter, we see your sign back in. We promoted you, so we're keeping our fingers crossed that this fixes it for you as well. Just need to unmute yourself if you can. See you. We got something. You're still muted. Okay. So, like, I mean, we see you talking, Michael, but we can't hear you, but you are still muted. I'm sorry, and I apologize. I keep calling you Michael. Your name is Walter. I'm sorry, Walter.
You had me.
I-
Walter saying Michael, I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah. Walter, you're still showing muted. It may help if you dial in by the phone. Oh, okay, you're unmuted. Nope. Yeah, Walter, I think
Can
it's
you
gonna.
guys still hear me?
Yes, Adrian, we can hear you perfectly. So, Walter, I think the one thing we're going to ask is you could dial in there's a phone number if you just try that. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get started while he's dialing in. I'm going to give a quick summary of this application. So this is an application for an establishment of 196 people, 14 tables with 28 seats, one 10 by 6 foot bar with 2 seats, a full kitchen serving American, Mexican, Brazilian food served during hours of operation, 2 television, live music, and recording. There are 30 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. The principal and applicant has owned and operated the Cloister Cafe at this location from 1987 to approximately 2021. They are seeking to reopen. Cloister Cafe operated with a full on-premises license from 1987 until approximately 2020, and was found during an investigation on August 7th, 2020, with both SLA investigators and New York City Sheriff's Office present to host illicit private parties with over 80 people present and DJs playing loud music during the pandemic in violation of the governor's executive order. Other promoted parties were also reported at various locations, both social media and individual eyewitnesses. The SLA issued a summary suspension against Cloister Cafe on August 7th, 2020 for operating the night past curfew, violating social distance, and significant fire and life safety violations, with the sheriff's office issuing 7 criminal court summons and the SLA chair Bradley recommending the license not be returned. The SLA Commissioner Lily Fan stated during the disciplinary hearing that they committed multiple violations of the governor's order by allowing indoor service and alcohol service with no food, drinking outside the establishment, front door, paid employees with insufficient use of face coverings and lack of social distance, etc. An SLA staff member actually stated during the hearing that the applicant's backyard has an illegal structure with full capacity and did not have the proper egress in case of emergency. The applicant acknowledged that the SLA investigator that he was aware of the movement for the backyard. Or thanks as well to the community board, the SLA, and the 9th precinct during the COVID pandemic about noise and parties coming from this location. The SLA revoked the license on January 20, 2021 after sustaining 16 of the 24 charges made against the operator. Obviously, in this case, that has not been open, there have not been any commercial throwing complaints in the past 2 years. 114 residents who live within 2 blocks of the application signed a petition in favor of this application. They are proposing hours of opening no later than 11 a.m. all days, closing by 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 3 a.m. Friday through Saturday. They did not check off whether they would be using outdoor space for commercial use, though with their garden, I assume they will. They did not check off closing front or rear windows at 10 p.m. or close its facade. They will play ambient recorded music and will have live music. They didn't check off background or entertainment level. They will have third-party promote event, but will not have DJs or any event with a cover fee charged. They will have not more than 8 private parties per month. We'll have happy hours until 7 p.m. They did not check off they will ensure no wait lines, but they did check off they have a designated employee for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. Okay, so Adrian and hopefully Walter, we're going to hand it over to you for a minute to add anything you would like to say, correct, change, revise, etc. So Walter, if you called in, I see you talking into your cell phone now. What we need your phone number to be able to promote. What's the last 3 digits? Hold up your fingers with the last 3 digits.
585?
3920. Okay. Okay, so we're allowing you to talk, and I think on your cell phone you have to dial *6 to unmute yourself now. Okay,
Got it.
now we can hear you.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Yes. So please turn the volume down on your phone though, so we won't be getting the echo. Or actually on your
Okay.
computer.
Yeah, I turned it down on the computer now. Thank you.
Yeah. Now we're good.
Great. Thank you once again.
Okay. So
I just
hopefully you
wanted
heard
to
my
highlight-
summary. I'd like you to go ahead and
Yeah,
add
I did.
anything that.
Yes, I heard the summary. I just wanted to add a couple of things. One, which is Exhibit A to the package that we sent, was a certificate of occupancy for both the enclosed portion as well as the outdoor seating area. The outdoor seating area is, if you look at the plans, Exhibit C, that's where that water fountain in the middle is. That's the outdoor seating area. The seating on the inside and on the back platform, that's all enclosed as per the certificate of occupancy. And there is soundproofing in the back portion of the 238 East 9th Street, which is the back portion. If you look at the plans, if you're looking from the 9th Street side, you have a public assembly permit in the package. And let me just see something. The public assembly permit, like you said, is for 100. What is it? 60 people on one side and 136, so it's 196 altogether. The entire property now is up to code. Any and all of the prior, I guess, violations that were issued prior to Cloister Cafe closing, those were all addressed. Most of those violations that we got were building related or somewhat building related. And basically my client would just like to get back to operating like they did before the pandemic, because the pandemic was an anomaly, and it unfortunately wasn't a good time for anybody. My client's been there for 34 years. It's a family-owned business, and like we said, we have over 117 signatures in favor of the operation and the establishment being open with a full liquor license. Adrian, you want to add anything?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So my father is the applicant, but he seems to be having an issue joining. So I'm going to speak a little bit on his behalf and just reiterate what Walter said. Essentially, we just want to get back to operate the way that we did prior to COVID. My father's been a member of the community since 1986. He was part of Lesko's Coffee Shop on 7th Street beginning in 1977. Always a stand-up member of the community, giving back to the parish and neighborhood, even, when it was difficult to do so. Christmas toy drives, sponsored soccer teams of the 9th Precinct, donating thousands of meals to the Holy Cross Church in Astoria, St. George Catholic Church in East Village, St. Stanislav Church as well, just to name a couple of those. And I think what I really want to highlight is that first and foremost, we are a restaurant that provides food and beverage service to table via waitstaff. We're not a bar that's standing room only and crams its guests. It's a barely visible, dimly lit rooms with blaring music. We strictly adhere to the permissible use and occupancy outlined in our certificate of operation prior to COVID. A key component that we always have for our bartenders, servers, managers required to take ATAP, alcohol training and awareness program. And again, just over 99% of the beverages served at our restaurant must go through multiple members of staff. So it's a very controlled environment, sit down. There's only 2 seats at the bar. Like I said, it's table service 99% of the time. Prior to COVID, to my knowledge, there were never any complaints about sound, excessive noise. I believe we did a FOIL request for anything from the community board or the community in general, and we were told that there were no complaints in that regard. And like I said, prior to COVID, unblemished record for 35 years, family-owned and operated restaurant and cafe, highlighted by 35 years of welcoming all walks of life into our garden on 9th Street in the East Village. And that's what we want to return to. We take accountability and we, understand and haven't been open for the majority of the past 5 years, aside from a few intermittent periods. And, my father would love to reopen, to prove himself and for our family to prove ourselves again, to the neighborhood, and any concerns that neighbors have and the community board has, we're welcome to address those and work with the community, to get back to reopening the cafe and, serving the East Village and beyond. And in terms of, we're not here to really relitigate any of the issues that you had mentioned, but some of the notes that I have, you mentioned the 7 criminal court summonses. Those were all administratively dismissed, including the social distancing summons without us even having to appear. You said that there were, during COVID, that the social distancing and the mask use was not up to par, but the sheriff's investigative report itself says that all patrons were donning masks and they were seated. You had mentioned that there was an illegal structure that was put up. That is not an illegal structure. That covers the back portion that Walter had highlighted earlier, which is part of the 238 lot, and that is approved by the DOB, the Department of Buildings, which is the regulatory agency that essentially gives the approval. So that is not an illegal structure. We're not here to relitigate. The bottom line is that my father's restaurant's been closed for a majority of the last 5 years. He came here as an immigrant, and serving the community is one of the things that makes him the most happy. And we would just want to get back to serving the community and, working with the community with any issues that you guys possibly might have. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move to members of the public, or actually, I think our district manager, Susan Stetzer, has a few comments.
First, I'm going to start by saying what I really said when you sent in the FOIL request. So I got the FOIL request and I replied in writing. So this is in writing. I never said there were no complaints. What I said was that after a business was closed, we didn't keep records, so I had no records. You know very well that there were many complaints in 15 years. Because when the community board voted before to recommend denial, I went up to the SLA with you guys and with one of the Laura, who's sitting here tonight. And the SLA, they had many more complaints even than we had. And they went through many complaints that they had. So there was other things I first wanted to get it, just correct what I had actually said.
Thank you, Susan. We're going to move on to members of the public. I think there is someone here. Nancy, you know, yeah, but do you know which one? Okay, so we're gonna promote an iPhone. We're gonna promote the iPhones. So we're promoting you, and then you're gonna have to press *6 on your phone to unmute. Figure out what is. Okay, so Nancy, once we've unmuted you, which we have, you can now press *6. Well, okay, I see. Okay.
Hello? Anyone
Yes.
here?
We can hear you. Who is this speaking?
Hallelujah.
Okay. But are you here? Who are you? Is it that the father? Is that Adrian's father, the applicant?
No, no, it's not.
Okay. So a cell phone number ending in 010 has been promoted. Press *6 to unmute yourself and please identify yourself. Whoever's dialing in from 929 ending in 010, please press *6 on your phone and speak. If not, we're gonna, okay. That's either done. Okay, so
Hello?
yes, so who are
Hear
you?
me? Oh, my
we-
name is Victor Peraza.
Okay, so you're not here for Cloister Cafe?
Yeah, I'm here to support Cloister Cafe.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're, okay, well then we're gonna let you go ahead and speak for 2 minutes. So go ahead.
Okay, I'm just gonna try you guys to understand me because my first language is not English. All I have to say about the Cloister Cafe is that I've been living in a building, 238 building for a long time, more than 10 years. And this place has been like really good. I mean, really good to me. I've been living in a neighborhood for a long time. I have the pleasure to work for them for a bit. They used to have a really nice food, really nice place, really charming place, really cool persons. Have met Mr. Nick, his brothers. They're really cool, and I never had any issue of the noise or any complaint about the restaurant. That's all I can say, and I hope the place will be open soon.
Okay, thank you. And your name was Victor? Okay, so there's, okay, so promote this item. We've now promoted someone who's just listed as an iPhone. Nancy, is this you? Well, I don't know what to do then. To do that. Just the last one, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
So a person who, I don't know why she's having so much trouble. She's actually lived there 15 years and has been complaining all 15 years, complaints into the SLA. And we've had other complaints, besides that. It's from the back, from the outside. And it's been loud noise, consistently. I think the owners are aware. If I may, I'd like to also, I'm gonna tell, we got a phone call last week from a resident who lives above the place and reported that, that the tenants were told that they had to sign a petition, that they would not be, that they would be evicted. I would also like to report an experience I had, which is when I went up with Laura at the last SLA meeting after the SLA voted to deny. I was over to the side speaking to another lawyer, and the owner came up to me and was, very in your face, not nice to me. And the other lawyer had to walk me out of the room. It was very unpleasant. I haven't forgotten it. I would also like to say that if you watch the meeting of the SLA during, when they revoked the license for not complying with COVID, it was, pretty serious, about not complying with COVID. We had complaints during COVID about loud noise when, places were supposed to be closed down. And then, Clinton, I know, has, from other residents who actually had to move because of.
Yes, we did receive an email from a resident who had to move out because, actually two different residents, yes. One who had children, and she said the noise was so unbearable every night. She understands this is the East Village, but she said the noise was so unbearable, and speaking to the owner and the management did absolutely nothing. The noise continued every night till many times after 4 a.m. And it was so unbearable that she really couldn't function the next day. So she had to move. We also heard from another resident who no longer lived in the building, but he moved because of the problems with his business, and he couldn't stand living in the building with the noise from this bar. So that's, bar restaurant. And so is there anyone else here? Please raise your Zoom hand. Oh, okay. So Connor. Okay, we have a few people. So Connor, go ahead. We promoted you. You
Hello.
have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes. Hi, I'm Connor, and I live adjacent to and above the Cloister Bar. I didn't live here at the time that it was last open and serving alcohol, but I've heard stories from others who have lived in my building and some who have since left, like you just mentioned. What I've heard is not encouraging. There were very loud events that happened frequently and at least multiple nights a week, and that made it very loud and difficult to sleep at night until around 3 a.m. most nights. I can look out my window right now. I'm in my bedroom and see the tarp that's covering the outdoor area. So now I'm very worried about living in this apartment. And I'm already having trouble sleeping frequently. So yeah, this is very concerning. I just re-signed my lease. So like this could make it very difficult for me in my daily life. If the alcohol license is granted again, I'm afraid this might make this impossible for me. And I might have to leave. Especially if, like previously mentioned, they're going to be staying open until at least 2 a.m. for most weeknights and even later on the weekend. Another thing to note is just like the tarp that they have is that they mentioned earlier is very thin. It's not soundproof at all, so I'm kind of concerned about that. I also personally know Nancy and Klaus, so if it will help, I can try to call them and route it through my microphone here. Is that something that would be?
Well, I see now we have someone raise their hand that says Zoom user. I don't know if maybe so. Maybe if that will work, we may try that, Connor. But let's just see if there's someone on here labeled Zoom user. Maybe that's Nancy.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much for letting me speak. And
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hello, this is Nancy Schreiber.
Wow, finally, Nancy. Do you know it was a
Yes,
big,
thank you. Thank
I know
you.
we're
I
able
don't
to
know
get
if
you on here.
Okay, yes. First of all, thanks for listening. So my biggest concern, number one, is I have been fighting that pre-COVID for 15 years. I've exhausted every avenue, 311, the police, talking to them personally. What I am afraid of is them exactly getting back to what they used to do, because they have had no regard for how we feel at all if we've tried talking. So I have the statement from my husband and I. The owners and operators of the Cloister Cafe have shown total disregard for the well-being of the immediate surrounding neighborhood. We have been fighting to get a direct night's sleep, a decent night's sleep for nearly 15 years. Repeat calls to the establishment went either unanswered or were rebuffed. When the sheriff's department revoked their liquor license because of severe violations endangering the welfare of the citizens, we breathed a sigh of relief finally. The severity of the violations against the SLA speak volumes as to why this petition for this reinstatement should be rejected. Quality of life has returned to the neighborhood since the actions of the sheriff's department. And again, I've been fighting them for 15 years and doing everything I possibly could. And I have stacks and stacks of them. And it's every night. It's not the weekends. It's 7 days a week. It was till sometimes 5 o'clock in the morning. And it's a tent. It is not a soundproof anything. It used to be just an open restaurant. And when the tent is been erected, they have disco lights. They have speakers, sound systems. And what they've done close to before they got closed was they got smart and they pulled down the garage door and just continued. You couldn't see it from the street. I was down there so many times. Like I said, 311. I've gone to the police precinct. We've done everything, and nothing, I believe, will change. I'm sorry to say that because we tried very hard to work with them, and that's what I stand by, and that's my statement.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello, are you guys calling on me?
We are. Sorry about that. Go ahead and speak, please.
Hi, my name's Rob. I was just calling to give my experience with the restaurant over the past, let's call it 8 years. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so I lived in the neighborhood 8 years on Stuyvesant, and I have a very different experience than what our last two speakers, especially Nancy. I'm a little confused why she's been trying to close down, I guess, the Cloister Cafe for 15 years, and they've been in operation for over 30. I can attest that I've gone in there on multiple weeknights, and they're no way ever open until 4 a.m. on most weeknights. I'd say maybe we're cherry picking the COVID stuff, and especially with the garage example that was given. I mean, I think they hit a little bit of a, unfortunately, it was a double-edged sword, but the lottery with being able to stay open until whenever their liquor license for an outdoor space, which the way I understand it was Governor Cuomo's executive order. So naturally, when you have, like, I don't know, less than probably a dozen places in the downtown area that can stay open, naturally that place is going to get bombarded and flooded. So I completely understand why they shut that door. The other thing is, it was just a peaceful, nice, beautiful garden. You could go there, have a couple drinks. It was mostly NYU kids. That's how I came to know it, that were having a couple drinks or smoking hookah or something like that and getting a couple bites towards the end of like the weeknights. During the COVID stuff, the way it was explained to me when they closed down, that tarp that everyone keeps referring to is like an awning. And I think anyone that's ever been in an outdoor home or business, like an awning is there to keep people dry and allow them to be able to enjoy the space when it's raining. And other than that, I mean, the family is straight off the boat from Ukraine. I think like there's a lot of support for that community in the city, especially. And it just seems a little ridiculous that we're trying to stop a Ukrainian immigrant family from running a family-owned business restaurant that's been in, operation since the late 80s. Other than that, I mean, the food's great, the drinks were great. They elevated everything right after the pandemic. And, it's just, I think they're a little bit of a victim of their own success. And, I have full confidence that they'd be able to iron out any of the issues that were already raised and mostly dismissed from everything Adrian said. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Robert. Okay, I think we had a couple other hands raised. Amelia, we promoted you, so you can go ahead and speak, please.
Yes, hi. My name's Amelia, and similar to Robert, I also have a different experience than the previous speakers. I've been going to this restaurant since I was 10 years old. It quickly became a family tradition where we would go after Ukrainian school on Saturdays. And it wasn't just a place for us to eat. It became a favorite spot that felt like home. The garden was very peaceful. So I truly hope to see its doors open again and continue being a part of the community story.
Okay, thank you, Amelia. Next, we have, actually, I think that was it. Okay, so one thing I would like to say is that when I pulled the 311 complaints prior to COVID, so this had nothing to do with the COVID period, there were 30 non-crime corrected complaints in about 2 years, which is pretty high for a space. We normally have 1 or 2 a year. So to have 30 in about 2 years is a significant number. So, hearing, I think the owners say that there's never been any problems, and even some of the public, I understand it may be a lovely place to go, but there are there are some calls documenting problems prior to the pandemic that were reported by the police. So when non-crime corrected, that means the police showed up and took action. They found a problem, which is usually involving noise. Doesn't mean they were fined. It doesn't mean they were cited. It just means the police showed up and did find a problem. So I'm not saying it wasn't a lovely place to go, but I'm just saying there were problems prior to COVID.
So can I just ask a follow-up question? Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
When you say there were X amount of complaints, non-crime corrected, does it specify whether it's noise? Because
It's noise. All the ones that I pulled were all noise. Commercial
Okay,
noise
because
complaints.
I understand. I mean, I wish my father was on the call, but like he's reiterated every time that he would have the police stop by. There were even times when they would go to apartments nearby with a decibel meter, and they never reported anything back to the establishment. And whenever they came to the establishment, it would always be background level music. Again, nothing really rowdy because it's sit down. We oversee guests and their level of noise and level of drinking. So to his knowledge, on the books, there was never anything that was given to him. And I understand, obviously, if
These are
there's
on the books.
These were complaints that the police did know. Not a fine. He wasn't given anything. If they just stopped there and said, turn down the music, they'd still count that as non-crime corrected. If they showed up and it's dead quiet, it's just the police responded and found no activity. So there were many of those calls as well. That was only counting the ones that they noted that there was a problem. And again, it's not that he might not have been cited, he might not have been arrested, or he obviously wasn't arrested. It's just the police acknowledged there was a noise issue.
okay, I understand.
And again, you said, and you did mention every time the police showed up. So it does appear that you do have a recollection of the police showing up.
Right, but the time that I'm referring to is during after COVID, essentially, when we were allowed to open private outdoor
I didn't
property.
pull,
Right,
I didn't
right.
pull any calls because I didn't really consider you open after COVID. So all the complaints that I had were prior to COVID. I did them prior to 2020. I didn't do anything from 2020 on.
Understood.
Okay, so I think we have some questions from the committee. Just
Why were they closed exactly during COVID? Why was their license taken away? And have they opened up at all since then?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
Oh.
question.
Well, she asked why they were closed during COVID and why their license was taken away. On January 20th of 2021, after sustaining 16 of the 24 charges made against the operator, including the SLA pulled their license at that point. So they had 24 charges and they pulled the license at that point. Now, the question is, what I don't know, have you been open at all since then? You make it sound like you have. I haven't noticed, and I didn't realize that you were, but
No, so
No.
there were two instances where probably for a couple weeks my father tried to reopen, but it wasn't sustainable. But in regards to the previous question, if I could just have a couple words. There was obviously during COVID, there was a lot of convoluted iterations, and the sheriff's office and police department and even the SLA itself, had issues with the laws that they were putting forth. And like I said, when I was there for the 3-week span after we reopened, I had to explain to officers on various occasions that the rules put forth by the mayor's office and NYC Office of Nightlife, in conjunction with the open restaurants program, stated that the NYC open restaurant application did not cover usage that falls within private property. An example, backyard patio, which was us. And more importantly, within their toolkit, this was July 2020, it explicitly stated, quote, if you are utilizing private outdoor space for dining to which you previously had rights, then the closing time for the space remains the same as it was pre-COVID-19, as stipulated by our community board agreement or county hours in all municipal ordinances. So the only reason that I mentioned this is that even the SLA, when they came to us that first week of August after 11 p.m., they asked, why are you open? And I showed them this exact toolkit, and they had to make a call to the SLA. After about 10 minutes, they said, you know what? You're right. Good luck. And then a second task force came and then essentially wrote us up probably an hour later for all of the violation that you see in the ALJ report. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to add, or say the bottom line. The SLA revoked their license during COVID because of their activities. The business applied, and when they applied again, the community board denied, went up to the SLA. The SLA upheld, they again denied. So the SLA is closed the business, and then they have later again denied a license.
And since then, we haven't been open.
any other committee members have any questions? Okay, so, I really don't know that I am comfortable approving this, given the fact that, it was, not only was it originally pulled, the license was pulled, but then it was the SLA denied it a second time. I've heard from numerous people here that there were problems. I'm not sure the status of, requiring the residents on month-to-month lease to sign. You've heard that from someone that they were asked to sign or their lease would not be renewed. A lot of this stuff just doesn't sound above board to me. And, you mentioned you're a quiet restaurant. Why does a quiet restaurant need live music and third-party promoted events? that doesn't quite line up with what you're saying if you're a quiet, low-key restaurant. Why does, we deal with this on a regular basis. Real legit restaurants, mostly, they're closing up by 12, 1 at the latest. You're asking for 3 a.m. That's not restaurant hour. I understand people are still going out to eat, but that turns more into a different kind of crowd, just say. So
So
it's a nightlife
just
crowd.
in terms of the third-party promoted events, I do not believe that's what is on the questionnaire. Walter, do you?
It wasn't checked off that you would not have them, so I'm assuming that means you want to have them, unless that's a
No,
mistake.
there-
which-
Yeah, I mean, if that's what it says, and there's never been and there never would be any third-party promoted events, and the only type of live music that my father had in the past, that would want to have in the past, and in the future would be like, for example, a 1 or 2 piece jazz band or like background level music.
Thank you for clarifying that. But then I think there was a couple other things on the questionnaire that weren't checked as far as, I know it's difficult because you have that open space, but closing the doors and windows at 10 p.m., closing the outdoor space at 10 p.m., you didn't check off any of those boxes either.
Because those doors are closed all the time. The front door is always closed, the side windows are always closed, and the side doors are always closed after 10 p.m.
Question for the applicant. I'm assuming they own the building.
No, the cafe does not own the building, no.
The owner of Cloister Cafe owns the building. The
The
family.
owner of the Cloister Cafe, the owner owns the building, yes.
I don't know, what does anyone else on the committee, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think like after happened. Full and first serving this as be more palatable if they wine and beer 30 hours or something like that. Much it's really silly.
The SLA doesn't easily pull licenses. Like I very rarely hear somebody's license get pulled. And you have to be doing something so outrageous, like to get it pulled, where this is like kind of serious. With that being said, I agree with other sentiments. I think restaurants do.
You said restaurant stipulation.
Not stipulate.
I don't want to interrupt. It's just very hard to hear. I'm not sure.
Is you suggesting restaurant stipulations?
I think if they're on at the same time, that can't. Think I have to that it's they essentially denied them twice. They pulled the license and then they denied it the second time, I think. And they're coming in with no modifications. They're proposing their exact same method of operation that they had prior to COVID when it was there were still problems. I think I'm ready to move to a denial. Yeah. Does anyone have, I know we discussed restaurant stipulations, but I think at this point, I would be ready to move to a denial.
Me too.
I agree.
I would like to make a motion that we deny this based on not only the previous adverse history during COVID when their license was pulled, the state then denied their license second time when they went up in 2022, as well as the complaints and behavior prior to COVID when we have testimony from residents. We also have heard from several residents that had to move prior to COVID or during COVID because of noise. So I think based on that, as well as supporting the SLA's decision, we would then move to a denial on this application. There a second? Okay, second by Guillermo. We'll move to a vote. Megan Joy?
Yes.
Sir? Yes. Michael Lavario? Guillermo Zaviglia? This motion was denied. We will be issuing the resolution and stipulation to the state. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I really can't hear anything.
So we just voted to deny your item. And
Oh.
it was a full outright denial. So there was no stipulations or anything. It was just a denial. Based on,
Isn't that a little harsh? After 5 years being closed and there's no stipulation being offered?
Nope. Well, we've already voted, so it may be harsh, but that was our vote. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We are going to move on to the next item. We are going to take one more item quickly out of order just because this item should take us about 2 minutes. We are going to take number number 4. Actually, technically, is the next one in order. Number 4, which is Revival. I think the applicant is here for Revival. It's 161 Ludlow Street. I don't think, are there anyone here to support or oppose this item? Is there anyone in Zoom? Okay. Oh. Then raise their hand. But oh, that's the other. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and promote him. That's the other applicant. So this item, all they are doing, they have an existing service bar in the back of their bar. They are applying to change that to a patron bar with 2 seats. It already exists in the service bar. They're adding 2 stools to the front of it. None of the nearby residents on Ludlow Street had any issue with this, and the lower side had no issue with this. I think it's pretty simple. If anyone has any questions, I would just like to move to approve the method of operation change. Questions? Okay, move to a vote. Megan Joy? Yes. Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Meltzer, yes. Michael Lavario?
Yes.
Guillermo Zaviglia?
Yes.
Okay. That it. Stipulations, the office will send them to you with instructions on getting. Oh, well, actually, yeah, because they're not changing. I mean, would we send the exact same stipulation? Because it would have to go up or to just an alteration. I think we're just sending a resolution to the SLA. You won't get stipulations again because nothing's changed in the stipulations. But this resolution will go to the SLA that will be your method of operation change. Okay, thank you. Okay. Next, we are moving on to item number 5, which is Motel No-Tel at 210 Avenue A. I know the applicant is here for Motel No-Tel. I'm going to give a quick summary. Okay, so Motel No-Tel doing Citigroup LLC doing business with Motel No-Tel is seeking an alteration to their on-premise license that would extend their hours to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 3 a.m. Thursday, and then they're keeping the existing hours Friday and Saturday at 3 a.m., correct? It's 1 hour every day. Okay. So they're adding 1 hour every day, so it's going to 2 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 3 a.m. Thursday, 2 a.m. 1 a.m. Yeah. That's right. I'm reading your new hours and counting them from your old ones. You're extending from 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m. Thursday. So, okay, so Sunday to Tuesday, you're going from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Wednesday, you're going from 1 a.m. to 2. That's right. We gave you one breakfast on Wednesday. Thursday would go from 2 a.m. to 3. Friday and Saturday, 2 a.m. to 3. So they're extending 1 hour every night. Those are the hours that I can put off. Otherwise, they're keeping everything the same. There'd be no other changes to the method of operation. We did give them DJs and acoustic music last time, as long as it was ran through the existing sound system. Everything else would be the same.
Any complaints since we made those changes?
Susan, I don't think.
I mean, 311s?
Haven't had any issues. Okay. Yes, that's.
Thank you. Sorry, thanks for the time again. This is third very similar stipulations to the last two applications. Through the last two, we've had support from everyone in the apart from one issues. And she said just because of a second issue, she couldn't come in and speak. She was now signed through the work done. Agnes has signed in support of us getting this extension. She was, we did get offered from the night the building like tonight. Don't have anything to say, but come to the last couple of meetings in person. I did ask them. Honestly, just kind of guilt. Also, after earlier in the year, where I mentioned maybe this wasn't even the best idea to go to the community board, but we really want this. Respect with the community board. And signatures this time, hundreds over the last times, all for the same. We worked really hard with everything that's been brought to us. I've been here before, and you've said it's in your opinion. And again, we're just asking today, just 1 extra hour, 7 extra hours in the entire week. That's we've just gone over 2 years, so plenty of data ads and workers. It's going to.
I know we do have Dale is here. Dale, good. Is here to speak to this item?
Yeah, my name is Dale Goodson. I'm the president of the Avenue A Neighborhood Association, and we asked the committee to deny this application for extended hours. I live at 195 Avenue A, half a block from the business. And as Community Board 3 is where Avenue A from 12th to 14th Street is well known for its late night crowds and noise and oversaturation bars, of which there are 7. And that in hotel motel at the corner of 13th Street and Avenue A. And because of the noise problems at the 2 previous bars at this address, Percy's and Relax at Blondie's, that's why these stipulations that we're addressing tonight are in place. And unfortunately, when Hotel Motel first opened with live amplified music, the alarms for us went off again. Though currently we haven't had any issues with Hotel Motel, we ask that the current stipulations be kept in place for the quality of life concerns of myself and other residents. Thank you.
Oh, I think Laura, were you going to speak to this item? Go ahead.
Hi. So I just want to remind everyone that this was a location that had a long adverse history. So when Relax at Blondie's came in, the committee made a point with stipulations of 2 a.m. There are several 4 a.m. bars, 5, 6 at 4 a.m. bars, like on that right there on that block. So there's no shortage of 4 a.m. bars. And this was an attempt to just keep things reasonable late night. The Relax at Blondie's came in as a restaurant. It was approved as a restaurant. It never opened. It ran into financial difficulty, and this was a sale of it. So this is an experienced, seasoned hospitality group that knows what they purchased. And this is not like a trade up situation. We really want to stick to what's going on. There's not late night restaurant business in our neighborhood. There just isn't. The committee recently asked an Indian restaurant that is really a full restaurant with absolutely no bar scene to hold to their hours. And we would ask you to do the same here. As far as the operation goes, it is crowded on the sidewalk. There's often people with drinks, standing in the pedestrian right of way between the cafe and the sidewalk seating and the roadbed cafe. It's a party atmosphere. It's a party area. I appreciate that it's popular. I'm happy that it's successful. But we need to keep a lid on the sidewalk activity, and we don't need any more late night activity in that area. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 people in. Is there anyone online to speak to this item? Okay, so you have a couple people. Gonna go and promote. Middle Church Social.
Actually, that's my Zoom link, but not me. I'm Beth Elor, and I live in the building connected to Motel Notel, and I feel like that restaurant is such an asset. The whole corner had been such a magnet for problems and issues, because especially when it was vacated, it was a nightmare. And they've stabilized the corner and made it very family friendly, very collegial in its operation. And when everyone else around them is operating late, it just doesn't seem right that they have to shut early. And then actually that pushes more crowds into the crowded bars that already exist. So, I mean, there's still going to be that flood of people, but are they, they won't have as many alternative places to go. I feel like no one in our building has any issues at all. They just don't. We've all agreed that they've moderated the sound. They've soundproofed the entire operation. They're just good guys. They're just friendly and very supportive. And I don't see why they shouldn't have the same types of hours that other establishments in the neighborhood have, and that they could actually, because they're open earlier, they could even be an asset in that respect. So that's my statement, and I'm speaking on behalf of most of the people in my building. I mean, all of them actually.
Great, thank you very much. I think we have another couple of hands here. So Lee, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Live above Motel Notel, and I fully agree with Beth, who just spoke. She is my neighbor in the building, and I believe that Motel Notel continues to be a bright star in the neighborhood. The corner used to be dark and dreary with very dangerous homeless encampments. And I feel that they have been crucial in helping the neighborhood stay safe and thrive. And you can really tell that management cares about their employees, the neighborhood, and maintaining a successful business. And I fully support their request to stay open a few more hours. I also I agree also with what Beth said, that a lot of the other bars in the neighborhood can stay open late. And I don't see why they can't have a few more hours to stay open late as well. So I support their request.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Next, we have Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I live on Avenue B. I've been living there for like a year and a half or so. So motel's become one of my regular spots, and the staff there has just made this place like a second home for me. A great community place, and I've just felt very safe and comfortable there any time of the day, night. And I just think that they should definitely be granted an extra hour, especially with like what Beth said, with the other bars in the neighborhood and everything. They're just a great spot, great people. Yeah, thank you.
Much Clara. We have Suez. Suez.
Hello?
Go ahead.
All right. I'm speaking on behalf of someone who has worked in the world of hospitality and has jumped around from restaurants and bars and clubs and whatnot. And I most definitely agree that motels should be able to extend their hours and allow the leeway that the extension gives their liquor license for multiple reasons. I feel like it's very easy to identify who should not be granted this leeway, and then also who should be. And motel and hotel is definitely one of the places that should be. They're a very community-based establishment. There's locals in there constantly, and I also live in the neighborhood as well. And just like a few other people said, it brought a little life to the corner, and the staff is super friendly. The security is always outside, making sure everybody's okay, which then brings a little safety net to the neighborhood as well. If you know the bar across the street and then to the right and to the left are packed with people, the extension of hours would allow people to migrate a bit, separate, not crowd up, hence making things less congested in the neighborhood. And like I said, as someone who lived here for quite some time, there's never been an issue from my point of view, and I believe that they're a perfect place to give leeway in the liquor license extension.
You. Next, we have Megan Tarter.
Hi, how are you today? My name is Megan, and I just wanted to speak on behalf of Motel tonight. I've lived on 13th Street for over 13 years, and we've seen the changes on this corner. I am our condo board president, and I'm asking the board to approve these extra hours tonight. Like the others have said, Motel really connects with our community. We appreciate them as tenants in our retail space, and they've been fantastic neighbors. We've been really satisfied with them as proprietors. They've had time to grow, and they've been proactive operators, and they're kind and compassionate. We've seen them be really precise with the stipulations already set. They always have their outdoor guests inside before 10 p.m. I wanted to say that Motel is not Percy's, and I understand the community board and our neighbors are fearful we could return to a time where we had noise and 311 calls, but that's not happening now. And if the community board grants this request, it will be mutually beneficial for the neighborhood, for the business, and for the staff of the really good people that work there. And the space is conceived as a restaurant first, and I believe they're going to continue to operate that way at all hours. I think it's great to have a restaurant that would still serve a full menu. That's different than a bar that's open till 4 a.m. It's a good change for the neighborhood. I really think that they'll be receptive to any feedback from condo owners, which they have been up until now, and we want them to succeed and we want them to remain open and thrive. Thank you.
And next we have Patrick. Or sorry, Artie.
Hi. Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Aarti Sampath. I'm a chef. I've been cooking for over 15 years, and now I finally get to open my restaurant on 211 First Avenue. I'm doing South Asian cuisine and
Hold on, you're not here for Motel No-Tell. You're here for a different item, correct?
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're gonna move you back. This was for specifically for Motel No-Tell, so apologies for that. Okay, so Patrick, I think you still have your hand up. Are you here to speak to Motel No-Tell?
Hi, this is actually Angelica. I'm just logging in on Patrick's phone. I live in the East Village for maybe the past 4 or 5 years. I think this might be like the third or fourth time I've joined to advocate for Motel No-Tell. Just like everyone else is saying, it's just such a great asset to the community. I think the people that run the bar are very respectful and connect with everyone that they meet. I think that they have so much to offer as far as being open early and being able to provide food and different types of nights. And it's just really such an incredible asset and local neighborhood bar. I just learned recently that there are other bars who are able to operate later. So I feel like if anyone should be able to operate late, it should be Motel No-Tell, just because I know that they've gotten some feedback in the past, and it seems like they do all that they can to make sure that they're really open and receptive to getting feedback and making improvements based on the feedback that they get. So really hope that they can continue to succeed. I'd love to see them there for years to come. And if that means having them stay open a bit later so they can generate more revenue and be able to continue to thrive, then I think that they should be able to have that opportunity.
Okay, that looks like it for the public speakers. I think Jack, we're gonna give you a chance to respond. You.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to, iteration. There's been a lot of mention of previous operators. The obviously previous operators, and it's mostly buildable. I've major issue. So all of them. We have clearly 2 years. I get there what you're saying. See it. Me and you have okay, I'll see you. Take care of it as much as possible. Speak more. Agent of the North block. Also, knock it out. I just hope we stay on support.
So I would just like to respond to that. I think I mentioned when you were here before that, yes, we're not penalizing you for the problems we have with Christie's. But what we are telling you, or what we did tell you before, and what I'm going to say again, and the rest of the community felt differently. It took a very long time. North Avenue A used to be out of control, and it wasn't just perfect. It was blocks of problem bars. We finally, years and years and years after trying, got it reined in where it's much more manageable. When you took over the space, it was made very clear by the residents and the community board what you were getting. And now you've come back to us 4 times, each time trying to increase the impact. And one thing that we have just done as a committee, we've gone through several months of meetings discussing our policies and our approach to licenses. And what we've decided and what we've written in, which will be voted on later this month by the full board, is that we want to do, we're fine if there's a bar with existing stipulations coming back in, we're fine with that. But what we don't want to do is grant any kind of license that is increasing the impact on the neighborhood. And this is where I'm going with this, and I've said this to you before, is this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you and how you're running your business. What this has to do with is us as a community, and you knew what you were getting when you took it. So we tell this to many businesses coming in. You're coming in with something, and then with the expectation of increasing the hours, increasing the DJ, increasing live music, increasing all those things. And that shouldn't be your plan. we've done that. And that was, I think, for a long time, many applicants came in with that expectation. But we've just recently had conversations and we need to try to change that as a board. So that's part of the reason where I'm coming from tonight. Is doesn't have anything to do with you. If if your space has been a 4 a.m. license before and we would have dialed you back, I can see us getting up, but it wasn't a 4 a.m. license. You came in with lower than a 4 a.m. license. I know you're not asking for 4 a.m. now, you're just inching up. But my guess would be in a year from now, you'd be back in for a 4 a.m. license. And then we'd hear from all the neighborhoods saying they're great operators. It's not fair to them that the other operators have 4 a.m. licenses. And I can kind of agree with that, but you picked the space. And this is something I say to many applicants that if you've been here before, you've heard me say, you're the right applicant, but the wrong space. And we've had that many, many times. And I'm not saying wrong space, but I mean, for what you wanted to do, if this is what you really wanted to do, this was the thing to do. So that's my reasoning for how I feel on this item. I'm gonna let the other committee members speak. Anything to say, but that's my stance on it. I mean, we did, and we were great enough to give you DJs and live music, which was maybe a stretch. Maybe that doesn't necessarily go along with your restaurant business. And 2 and 3 a.m. I know Megan, I think with Megan Tarter mentioned, having a full service restaurant. I've been by your place late at night. I don't come in with the crowd, but it also doesn't appear. I mean, you might have a menu. People are not sitting down at a table eating at 1 in the morning. That's just not your crowd. I agree. It's great you have it for offer, but that's not what people are coming there for. They're not coming to sit down in a quiet. And I'm not saying that's bad. It's just for that space, that's not what we wanted.
I hear all that for sure. But I think the overall idea of not increasing the hours is to lessen the impact on the neighborhood. And it seems like this place isn't having a negative impact on the neighborhood. It seems quite the opposite, that it's having a positive impact. I think the hours are still very reasonable. They close at 12 o'clock right now on Sunday, Mondays, and Tuesdays. Like, I don't even know how you're staying open at those hours. 1, 12. They want to go to 1. Exactly, the 1 on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
I think there's another mistake. That might have been a mistake. And I think there's another mistake on there because we just, I don't know how many months ago, but approved the applicant for DJs and they're saying no DJ. You're saying that you're not having DJs on the, here. I don't know if you see this thing. They didn't check the box with me. So maybe is that a typo?
Yeah. That part. So what I'm just reading from the questionnaire, and that's what I think I was confused in the beginning. You have Sunday 11 a.m. to 2 a.m., Monday 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Tuesday 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Wednesday 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Thursday 4 p.m. to 3 a.m., Friday 4 p.m. to 3 a.m., and Saturday 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. So that's where I was, I think, confused. So what hours are you actually asking? But I thought, weren't you already 1 o'clock during the week previously? That's where the confusion came in the beginning, because you were saying one thing and I was reading and I went along with you, but yeah, so.
I had a question for Dale or Laura. I know about 1 year ago, the applicant came in front of us and there was an issue where I forget which one of you guys, but one of you guys went to the applicant and so like, they're like, what are your stipulations? And they said, what are stipulations? Somebody didn't know what you were asking. That was you, Dale. Okay. And I know there was issues, 311 calls prior to that, and that was addressed on our last meeting of when they came to ask for the same hours and DJ, which we gave to the DJs. Now, are they still responsive, receptive of any criticism from you guys? And are they working with you guys? And are they a problem right now?
That was my statement. They worked with us on the complaints. They've been good operators. I don't know that. Susan.
I'm confused by this. Nothing personal. I think you guys are nuts. Into saying can't compete with the other buckets. Get five. It's supposed to be. And no, I understand. I've said there hasn't been any. Did get work in the building, and there's. I think the issue is residents don't trust big babies because they come to us. It's a disrespect. Again, but you stop. And then it's something else. Meeting with we all know that. So again, I'm not personal about. I think that some stores with the method operating type of business, is the business.
Michael Guillermo.
the the gap between the original, like the presented here, and the evolution, even though the evolution has resulted in something that the neighbors are okay. So to me, it's a kind of like reacting to the feedback versus digging into a it's kind of where it's stuck a little bit. So I guess sticking with a policy to have resident rather than, being receptive to the feedback of the resident, where I'm torn.
The only other thing I want to add is, if they are successful, just bringing more people into the area later at night as well, which again, we've got under control. We bring more people, we're starting to slide back in. Even if you're a great place, the sheer number of people coming to those 2 blocks just adds to the problem. I had one more thing to say.
I was just going to say, if you have a full kitchen and it's serving food till all hours of closing and you have a full menu till all hours of closing, I mean, you are still a restaurant. Yes, people may be choosing to do shots of tequila while they're eating, and then maybe a younger crowd, but it's
Yeah, just on the restaurant. We have a lot of people that order food late night. It's always been a dream. The reference place. Available for us. Might huge part of it. And when we did before at the very start, some reference for better hours. Over something. And this is the thing we asked for 2 years ago.
Good points.
You did, and we told you no, and this is the thing. We're having people come back to the they don't believe us when they don't. And then we have to listen to them 4 or 5 times again. And I'm not, that sounds a little snarky to you, but I'm just saying, trying to take a statement now to everyone here in the room and that we're not going to be extending hours. We're not going to keep doing this. I don't know if I don't know what we're going to do with your item. I'm just saying, but going forward, we should focus on the policy change that we're not going to continue doing this. When a business is coming in, we're taking them at their word what they're going to do. And if we deny them because they were later hours, we're not going to commit them later. They have the right to come back, but we're going to take a harder stance on extending. And something, if you come in and tell us you want 4 a.m., we deny you. Find a new location that has 4 a.m. and work. We can't keep what we're getting. Everyone who is coming in and continuously pushing to go back up a little bit. And then everything is now at 4 a.m. And the East Village is kind of a mess compared to what it used to be. And especially since COVID, I feel like in some ways it's worse than me personally. But anyways, I didn't want to sound like I was berating. I apologize if I did, but it's just something we've been discussing recently. And again, this has nothing to do with you. I truly believe you're a good operator, and I believe the people in the building, and I believe that. It's just, it's not you, it's the location, and it's the neighborhood.
And just like on the identity, you know, which, I mean, under Scott, we still we take huge part of it.
But honestly, after midnight 1 a.m., how many people are sitting down and eating a dinner? Is there room for people to sleep?
Primarily pizza.
So if I stop by, because you see me all the time, if I stop in, you show me where they're sitting down eating it. I'm kidding. I don't speed, it's fine, but I'm just saying, I've been by when it's packed in there often. And that's good for you, but. So, you know, let's take a straw poll. What does, it sounds like there's a feeling towards the extra hour. So, move to vote. Someone make a move.
To extend their hours 1 hour. Approve, yeah.
The other.
Yes, keeping all of their other stipulations, and a 1 hour extension to what they currently have.
You gotta fix, we actually do have to fix the Wednesday hours. Yeah, that might have been a mistake, but I just want to make the comment, we gotta keep the good, easy,
The vote though, no?
Yeah. So just so that I'll make sure these are right. That's what I'm suggesting. I'm going to clarify.
So Sunday, Monday,
The moment there, don't pay attention. So it's Sunday, 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Monday is 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Tuesday is 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Wednesday is to 2 a.m. Thursday is 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. Friday is 4 p.m. to 3 a.m. It's 11 a.m. to 3 a.m. Go. The outdoors remains the same. It's 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. On the to 10 p.m. all night. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, we'll go through them quickly, but all the other stipulations are the same as last time, as we're just changing the hours, but we'll put them up on the screen too. And then putting those up, actually I'll do this after a vote. So it's my license is a full liquor, will operate a full service restaurant, American Fusion restaurant with kitchen open serving food, laws of operation. Just read the hours, so I don't think I'm going to read those. You are using outdoor space. You have your for dining under the and No temporary. I will employ doorman security during busy hours. I will install soundproofing to ensure sound residents, they've already done that. Front facade or rear windows, I don't like sound is playing. You will have J's, I think. No third party prevent, no any event which a cover fee charge, no scheduled performances, not than 12 private. And I think read over in this, we had language in there about what your music was, I think, in the last stipulation. Before I send this out to you, I will copy that exact. It's just, it's not up there right now, but I will add that in so that it's exactly what you had last time. I'll not apply for an alteration before coming to the free. I will not participate in pub crawl or have party classes. I will not have a drink specials, brunches. I will have a happy hour end by 8 p.m. I will not have wait lines outside. I will not person responsible for ensuring the loitering of the crowd. The stipulation of my liquor license and below. Jack Crown 347-703-692. Okay. To a vote. Stephen Ballinger. Meltzer, no. Mario. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the motion passes. The officer will send the stipulation. The other thing, you need to stop putting your furniture along the furnishing line along the curb. You definitely have it along your facade, and you can have it in your outdoor dining. You are putting, I've seen them, but stop that. I saw it there last night, actually. So just, I've taken pictures a couple times. I haven't done anything with them. I didn't make a video about it tonight, but I've seen them. And I'm glad that you dropped your brunch because it was against your stipulations. Yep. So thank you. The office will be sending out stipulations. So you can get them back and everything else. So committee, one more thing we have to do, or not one more thing we have to do, we have to consider if they get left, if they're so successful they have to move, then we're gonna have another place coming in, or they could do campaigns just like one club with a problem. That's the other thing we have to do. Anyways, thank you, Deb. Gonna be there forever.
20 years.
I mean, again, rating, it's just Avenue A was horrible, and we finally did get under control to lock and sleep units. Okay, moving on to item number 6. OT, which is 40 Clinton Street, they're upgrading to a full OT license. Is the applicant here for OT and the representative? Mike Kelly's hand and Elias.
Good evening, everyone. Michael Kelly representing the applicant. With me is the owner, Elias Popa.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to give a quick summary of your application. Actually, one that Megan. Sorry, give me just 1 second to pull it from my email.
No problem.
Oh, you didn't do that one?
536 Fifth Street, Japanese restaurant.
Did OT. Let me see. Well, we're just going to skip over that. So basically, I'm just going to give a summary of you're keeping everything the same. You're just coming in and requesting an upgrade to full liquor. You're keeping your hours the same, which I think you're closing at midnight all night, correct?
Yes.
And you are not changing anything else?
Nope.
No other changes whatsoever.
So I've been to the space. It's tiny inside. Their outside is actually twice the size of their inside. It's a pretty small tapas style menu. I haven't noticed them a problem. You're down there a lot. Megan, have seen kind of an issue.
Issues that I've seen.
So I don't see any issue. What I will say, and what you heard me just say to the last applicant, you came in with a beer and wine license under our admin approval process a little more than a year ago. Now you're back for an upgrade to full liquor. However, that being said, one thing that we are doing that we've also talked about in our policy is we are putting in an approval process similar to the admin approval for beer and wine for people for full liquor, which closing at midnight, you are a full legit restaurant. You would technically be kind of falling under those ways. So it's a little bit different than the last situation I was describing. That being said, is there anyone here from the public to speak to this item? We didn't receive any opposition or support at all. We didn't hear anyone, so that's not a bad thing for you. There's no one here from the public to speak. Any members have any questions?
I think this is what we said on our policies meeting is that 12 a.m. or midnight
Based business
right,
coming
are
at midnight.
impact.
Good point.
And I think what we kind of decided is that when we're speaking about an impact on the neighborhood, if it's a full service restaurant that's food based, and whether they're serving full liquor versus beer and wine, that's not really changing the impact. So
Clinton Street in particular, like it's, if you go over, like sometimes once a couple of vacancies happen and people go out of business, it's like, and all of a sudden it runs rampant and like half the stores are vacant. I don't know why Clinton Street is like that. But if they're willing to close at midnight, like let's give them all the power to succeed because we just need businesses to stay business there.
And just to reiterate though, what I will say, based on what I just said previously, is that I'm hoping you're not going to come back in a year and then ask for an extension of hours.
No. To your point, we're just not that type of restaurant. Very tiny, small. You've been here, family sort of style. We just really care about the quality of our food and drinks and our customers. So really, we just care about that. There's no reason to stay open super late.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and just put the stipulations up on the screen really quickly. I think it's going to be exactly what you were before, but it's just changing from beer and wine to liquor. Okay. So we're going to share the screen momentarily. Okay, so it's I, Elias Popa, a qualified representative of Hospitality, 40 Clinton Street. Will operate a full liquor license with a full service restaurant serving Romanian food, kitchen open and serving food during hours of operation. Your hours of operation, and I think I actually misspoke. Said you were open till midnight, but I knew it was early. You're actually only open to 11. So,
sometimes people stay a little bit after 11, so possibly we keep the 12 midnight. That was in the original stipulation.
Was that on the original? Was that what the original one was?
It was an administrative.
That's what I thought. Was it administratively approved as midnight, or was it 11? I knew it was administrative. That's why I was assuming it was 12. But give me 1 second. We can confirm just to make.
Okay, I didn't do the original.
Yeah, give me just 1 second here. I can confirm that. Probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say if this was one of the situations where there was like a lot of people emailing about it, I would say no because it was on the website as this, but nobody's inquired, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So without looking it up, I think that anyone on the committee should be giving them the 12. Fine. Okay, so I'm not sure what they were before. I guess it doesn't matter. We're gonna go ahead and extend it to 12. If you continue closing at 11, that's fine, but you have the option then to be open till 12 if you weren't before. So your hours of operation are all days 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. But that is also, you also know that I read the original lead to close at 10 all night.
I'm sorry, you were kind of breaking out on that last one. Can you repeat?
Oh, I said your outdoor space needs to close at 10 though. You're aware of that, correct? Yes. Okay. And then You don't have doorman, security, soundproofing, etc. I know you have a closed facade with no open doors or windows. You will not have DJs, live third-party promoted events, any event which cover fee is charged or specific performances. Beyond alternative music only, live for an alteration with a company CV3, not in pub crawls with party buses, will not have happy hours. Will not have a wait line, we'll have a staff person for no loitering in the crowd, post stipulations and resident contact with the owner of the below. Elias Popa, 646-977-3127. Great. Okay, we're gonna move to a vote. Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario.
Yes.
Guillermo Zabiglia. Okay, so the motion passes. Michael, you'll be getting stipulations, et cetera. You know the drill. I'll have a
Yep.
date in there to return them and we'll.
Okay, we'll go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are now moving on to item number Top Secret Comedy Club Avenue. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick summary. This is an application for an establishment of, well, actually, I'll start with Top Secret Comedy Club is doing business as Top Secret Comedy is seeking a full on-premises license. Premises located at 44 Avenue A between 3rd and 4th Street. It's an application for an establishment of 276 people with no tables, but 242 seats, 2 bars with no seats, a 20-foot long serving food from less than a full service kitchen during all its operation. There are 22 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously licensed as a comedy club, it's an interactive theater kind of theater type of. But then after that, it was, wasn't it? I thought I went to something else. Anyways, before that, it was, yeah. 78 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor of the application. We did not receive any opposition, though I know there are some people here to speak to this tonight. They're proposing hours of operation of opening no later than 5 p.m., closing by 1 a.m. Monday through Thursday, opening at 5 a.m., closing by 2 a.m. Friday, opening at 1 p.m., closing by 2 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday. They would use that for space for commercial use. They will, and I think this place was, it wasn't, but they will have ambient background recursive only, but they will have live performances of comedy shows. They will not have pub crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, will not have happy hours. Okay, so I think I'm going to hand it over to you to go ahead and give us a summary out of anything that I missed or may have misstated.
My name is Benjamin Corngut. I'm the applicant. And Claire, the full-time manager, is actually moved. Like you said, this is an important off-premises license at 44 Avenue A. This is the Upright Brigade 2009. Mark, he's going to do it a little bit more, but he found he has an extensive history of starting performer. He got into comedy. He founded the business in 2010. Since then, he's built it into one of the most successful comedy clubs in all of Europe. He has a reputation both in the community and among comedians. We have included a lot of support from the Art and Community Association, which is, I guess, the community board. And we did have things to say about Mark. He's also gotten a lot of feedback from comedians who in New York. In terms of the business operation, I really wanted to, this is a comedy focus. Club, there's no drink minimum. They are focused on Ian and servers in the shows. There's going to be a bar up front. And I know this was brought up in a previous application at this big bar. With the members without. Patrons will only be allowed to drink before or during. They will not be allowed to stay after the show. Had done extensive outreach. Of which are in the building, but that is located. He also did outreach over. Yeah. I let them. You know, Mark was concerned, you know, he wasted his time, but and meet so many neighbors. Saturday, Sunday, people in the community, and people were excited about the business. He's also spent a lot of time both developing a plan to, so I'll let them talk about it a little bit, but like, I think this works. And this is anytime. Mark. History, wine open in New York, and thanks. I've been performing all my work online. I stream all my words on words all over the radio. Freedom finding is doing chainsaw juggling. Yeah, I had a great time doing streaming. Didn't really start working it's not level on my scene, and I just started running it at night. Time. I didn't know it was London. I've got 3 rooms. 1 room is 250. Room is 115. And so I said, as people on Saturday. Yeah, really well. Basically, a lot of US companies can do like basically and everything else from LA all and pretty much without the comic set things even open a club we hate it around really but basically bragging to the point where that was a ramification. So one of my brands comes US where you have players still and give you where all the focus yeah, we got a great relationship with our neighbors. Say, look, this time we risked massively. Got a huge apartment block above our office. We don't make any noise. The noise comes from the room. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, using dojo. It's basically most when sold out, we number it. Well, what doing and investing in them, I ready things. We control basically. So what more from so it's away do the thing, and then we can put them on by one, so we don't specifically mind basically online live. So it's no very notes pretty much to prayer, but it's not actually made some start taking forms. It's a lot. The closing hours on Sun are going to be there was some indication of and was he wants the and as it is Monday. So part of that, I'm sure, like you all, when we travel, we have on all those spirits. I think it's actually odd. Bring that here. Bottles are upside down. Double one, two. Will impact it. So you guys not want get some everybody experience but
Yes. I am homeowner 163. I'm here with support from other members of the board, actually board member as well. Right now, I'm speaking on how I feel about the situation. We want to have work. But there are some mutual concerns we have with this new club coming in. One thing that I think is not clearly stated in this is that they have the exit on 3rd Street, which is of a church that was a very gray area. I'm not going to talk about that right now, but most of you know, street is a very clean street. Our church is in jeopardy of leaving, and I think that can be an exit. Also, not necessarily in 3rd Street at the time, but I have seen what's gone on with 3rd Street. And I think there are people here and on YouTube speak about that. Some of our concerns that we have with it, not here to say we're neither right now, they're yay or yay for this license. I think there's stipulation for the asking for. Concern that when it was before, it was a lower. This is a very significant increase of a very small building. The other concern is, I hear you speaking, that just popped in my head about the virtual chicken. I understand the virtual chicken, but like wait and they're waiting for their virtue. That's just a other concern is security. What is your measure on security? It's a lounge, venue. You know, maybe a little different. But I mean, will be settled. Really, our major, and my major half of the board for this one is that we the 3rd Street and become home an emergency. Proper of that's our testing. My other concern is the active operation. And this is more of a concern for that new A. It's out 210. I mean, you might want to consider keeping it open a little bit longer so that people may live half an hour. But that's, you know, maybe not, not either here nor there about it. Again, if I have to say the going to remain open, I'd have to be and occupancy needs to be reduced. I'm gonna pass something over to Robin first, who is
Basically, we covered a lot of that, shoot this in second law, which should be one. So that is, I mean, I guess that.
Well, the church, but even if the church is there, it measures from entrance to entrance. So even if they're using that as an egress, as an exit all the time, not only for emergencies, it still doesn't apply to the foot rule. The 200-foot rule is from the front entrance door of the church to the front entrance door of the venue. So if they're using the Avenue A as their front venue, then it doesn't apply.
So that's our question, that's why we're.
They would only, if they were using, yeah, if they were using that as an entrance. But it doesn't, the 200-foot rule doesn't apply, even if they're using it all the time, which I know wasn't what you're asking for. The 200-foot rule doesn't apply.
Side and have. Also how to. Right. Fine. Right. Right, but. A bunch, you know, 200 people. At a time. They didn't. Not. So first of all, not just disclaimer, I live at Freedom Avenue. And for the weekend, here I see a person. I know you didn't like me on it, but you see, I horrible people on that. The worst part of it was, you know, theoretically on the bar, to get the ticket, but we know that isn't true of anybody at the bar. I do believe you do a better. Licensed place, so referred Mark to the video of our policy meeting where we talk license places. Really large, and I think 100 people. A lot of rental above, not gonna be good. If this is this is really like a theater type, it's a and but like a theater, and I would say how people drink before, drink during, they do not drink after, and that's you see first would say absolutely, you know, it's no longer a comedy club. It's everything. And then you're going to drink comedy club. And guys don't want to exit on. I would say the black. If that's full, actually better all around. And then I would say no lines, something that Mark and agree that we there's a county that block and ended up we didn't stand it. And the place is big enough that you have people queue up inside. So I'm gonna say that this is how it's not close to great. And I know you can say London was great, but this neighborhood is 20-some-year-olds, and the whole thing that comes to be is people, it's not inside. I don't think it's people now. We are not the way we used to have them was we don't want midnight, but common club and mid spread out the grass and after it's like any theater you drink what during.
Okay. Okay, so I wrote down in support of it, so I had a couple points. So while I've never met Mark and Claire personally, I frequented there numerous times in the past. I've lived in the neighborhood for 5 years, been in New York for 13 years, also a comedian. What he is saying about the reputation of the club is very true. I would say it's not only the top club in London, but in Europe. And they're very excellent operators with how they run their venue and everything. Well, I'm nervous too, but I'm kind of nervous too for you. I don't know why, but I hear your points. Like I think like the biggest issue, it's noise. Having like a doorman is something that would be very easy. And you guys even do this in London. There's no one ever outside of the venue in London. So doorman can easily fix that. The pest, drunk people, worst thing ever. There would not, there wouldn't be. It's just not. And it's also a very unique space to fill, given like the size. So like this was there for a couple of years. Am I crazy? That was insane for you guys, right? Okay. So yeah, they had a liquor license, but I guess my point is the fact that Mark came all the way here to do this in person with Claire shows how serious they are about it. They came all the way from London. And I'd also, I guess, like to address the noise, live music earlier. Decibels on live music is anywhere from 9 to 20 decibels. Projected audio, like from a person speaking, anywhere from like 70 to 80 to 90, way lower. And laughter is, I mean, hopefully people are doing well, it's loud, but yeah. Yeah. It's outside, outside. Again, yeah. If I will say also, because that I give you, because I live in the neighborhood too. I live on St. Mark's, First and A. I get super young, 20-year-olds. I live on the street. The mix of audience members is going to get more mature. It's going to be older people there too. It's not just going to be something that's, I mean, you don't have to take my word for it, but it's like just go to the Comedy Cellar and watch the crowd. Don't take my word for it, but that's what you're going to get because they do get the best comedian in the world at their club. So that's just my opinion. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has been to their club, but I would just urge you to look at it because they are very good at what they do. So that's it. Thank you.
We do have, I think, Wayne. We're going to get a promotion, Wayne Rada.
That would be me. Good evening. Good evening to the board and my fellow East Villagers. So I'm Wayne Rada. I know time is limited. I've lived at 151 East 3rd Street /42-44 Avenue A for the last 25 years. So the space we're talking about, I know it as the Pioneer Theater. I know it as the UCB Theater. I know it as the art gallery that was just there when they put up the canopies. Further, the young man that mentioned the Comedy Cellar, like I said, I've been working in comedy for 25 years here, in addition to living. So I know Manny, God rest his soul, and I know his son Noam. I've known Esty, Barry Katz, Boston Comedy Club. You name the genesis of comedy, I've seen it and I've been a part of it. That being said, you know, when the gallerist had the space, the last one to have, and she put up her canopies, she had lines up and down 3rd Street, up and down Avenue A. She had loud crowds out in front of her place all the time, and I didn't see anybody address those issues at all. And when I talked to Mark, because I had a lovely meeting with Mark today, because I was very concerned, my apartment is very expensive in this building, very expensive. It is not rent control. Unfortunately, it was built after 97. And that being said, I want to know what he's going to do here. And you know what he's going to bring, whether it's talent, this, that, a better audience, he's going to bring structure. And that's what this area where I live does not have. I have empty storefront after empty storefront, layers of graffiti, layers and layers of graffiti. I run a public art charity called Lisa Project. I cover up a lot of the graffiti in the city here for the last 15 years. And by having structure, by having a business that operates, that's a little bit alive, is not necessarily a bad thing. And further, it's not necessarily a bad thing for comedians to be out on the sidewalk on a beautiful night in New York City and talking about what their dreams are and what they want to do. So I think you would be foolish not to accept this gentleman and to see if this experiment that he's bringing over the pond to us, we would be foolish not to have him come in. I guess that's my 2 minutes. So
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
All righty. And I appreciate your time, all of you. Thank you very much. Good luck, Mark.
Okay, and we have Bryce.
Hi, thank you, everyone. So just to say at the beginning, it is very difficult to hear people in the room. So if I'm repeating things that others have said, I'm very sorry about that. And I have two of my colleagues from the 160 East 3rd board. So I live at 160 East 3rd, right across from the East 3rd Street entrance to the proposed comedy club. I think I heard someone talk about the experience with UCB East. And it was quite terrible. The lines, particularly on 3rd, which is where they lined up, went late in the evening. They were very, very rowdy. And that was for a theater that is half the size of what is being proposed here. So I would agree with what I think my colleague said about using at least the East 3rd side only as an emergency exit. There was a number of comments about how sort of they bring the best comedians, they operate well in London. They operate in a very different environment in London. They often operate in Covent Garden, which is absolutely not the East Village. So I'm not actually sure how that is transferable here. So I think unless there are relatively strong stipulations on how they will manage crowds, I would be concerned about this being approved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bryce, no, I was going to ask before you promoted. I was going to get something. Bryce, are you still on?
I'm still here, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to test something. I'm speaking into my mic and my table, which you can hear me clearly, correct?
Yeah, the table mics are great. It's the roving mic that's atrocious.
So I'm going to try something else. Hold on one second. Can you hear me at all now?
I can hear you. It's much quieter.
Let me try the second one and see if it's. Is this one any better?
Slightly better, yes.
That one's better. Okay.
Yeah. But I think people really need to like have the mic up to their mouth.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for, again, testing it. So I think that's everyone that had their hand up on Zoom. Thanks, Stephen. Everyone here in person has spoke. Okay. So committee questions. Actually, we'll give the applicant a chance to respond to what they just heard.
Sure. So just to address a couple points quickly. So the Third Street exit was something we anticipated and we talked about before. I don't believe legally it can be made just an emergency exit, like with a bar on it, because it is going to be a means of egress. However, it is going to be just an exit. And what we're obviously happy to work with everyone, all our neighbors. What we had anticipated doing was for whenever the last show is, so there's not going to be anyone else coming in, the exit will be on Avenue A. So whenever that, and the shows are about 2 hours long, so you back that out. We don't anticipate people leaving through that exit anytime before, let's say, anytime after 11. Well, like I said, we're happy to. We're open to suggestions. We're trying to make multiple constituents happy here. So, okay. And we do, just to make it clear, we do have in both of the doors, there is a room and a bar there, so we can, sure, we can actually stagger the exits. It will be probably difficult to come up with a plan, but it is doable.
Our experiences in London is that it is a theatre crowd, and people tend to come out and then go home. That's what our crowd do. They don't stick around. Come out, they have a good time, they leave, and they go home. That's generally what we've experienced there. I don't see it being any different here. I just don't. It's quite a nice crowd we get.
This is a very different neighborhood.
Have you spent time in East Village at night?
So
It's
that's just our experience there. We do they seem like a really gentle love. I mean, it sounds bizarre, but we get a really lovely crowd. They're very good natured.
I'm not saying what you get there, but I think
we've never had a single fight or
I just think the crowd I think you'll get a different crowd. I'm not saying it's going to be out of control, but I think it's going to be a slightly different crowd. It's going to be a younger crowd. There's going to be a big NYU component. There's going to be a lot of college students.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the UK, the MC makes an announcement at the end of the show regarding our neighbours. The staff make announcements on the way out to the bar area, and also you got security at the front door also make announcements. And by the way, I'd love to have metal detectors on the door. I'd love that. That sounds like a great stipulation as well. I'd really like that.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of theaters on this block, and this is also a quiet residential block. How do they let out? Some of these theaters probably have 200, right? How are they letting out?
I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's okay. I just, so what I'm saying is if you
I mean, I agree. I love the idea of bringing more arts into our neighborhood. I think we need to support the theater and support the arts in any way we can. I mean, that was so much of the history of the East Village. And I'd like to bring that back. But yes, like releasing 200 people onto this street at the same time is really concerning. I think it would have to take multiple security guards to make sure that the people moved on. I think it would have to take staggering the exits or splitting the exits. And yeah, and then yeah, it's not, and then maybe closing, maybe closing a little bit earlier.
I was gonna ask.
Could you, one of my main questions, I think what Megan just touched on was, as far as your hours, you say in your questionnaire that in the beginning, you're going to start with one show a night and eventually move up to two shows a night. So you were asking, I think, for 2 a.m. on the weekend nights. If you're doing two shows, are you doing one at 8 and one at midnight, or what's your, like, because that the math didn't line up for me.
In the week time, we're hoping to do one show when we start out and two later on when we gather some momentum. But in the weekend, we usually do on a Saturday. In the UK, we do a 6 at 8, 10. We do 4 shows on a Saturday now. That's taken us a few years to get there. We wanted to future-proof the situation. We didn't want to. We didn't want to have to come back.
No, we appreciate, as you heard earlier, we don't want you coming in and telling us you want to do this, but you really want to do this.
So
We'd rather you just be honest up front and explain that to
Exactly.
us.
So that's what we were doing. We were just basically copying our UK model. And I forgot to mention, so what we do in the UK is we have 2 security guards on the door, but for leaving, we get because the bar closes up anyway. They close up when their acts are on stage, and so we get 2 bar people to come up as well and wear yellow jackets. So there's 4 people out there. Well, that's what helps get people out of the way. So when it comes to getting out, we don't have to force security on the door all night because it's just too expensive. But we get 2 of the bar staff to come out with the jackets at the end of the night, and so we've got 4 people out there. That's how we operate in London.
So during the week, you're going to start off with one show. You're proposing 2, so that would be an 8 o'clock, a 10 o'clock show.
Yeah.
And then on the weekend, you're thinking a 6, 8, 10, 12.
On Friday we do a 7, and a 9, 11 in London. We're hoping for 1, but I'm not going to push my luck. And on Saturday we do a 6, 8, 10 midnight show.
And their shows are generally
90 minutes.
Like 90 minutes.
Yeah. And half an hour to get people out, get people in.
Okay. I mean, that was one of the things that I was questioning.
One thing I do want to say is I walk this stretch of Avenue A on a nightly basis every single weekend, and between 3rd Street and 5th Street, it's pretty desolate. It's not, it's like a very stark contrast to what it is above 5th Street and below 3rd Street. So I don't think there's a big issue there with a lot of other bars around in the area and other crowds mixing in with like exits from other bars mixing in with this and it becoming a shit show. Depends on who you ask. But what I mean is like, it's not a shit show, this area. What did the art theater before the previous tenant, what did they get for stipulations? Does anybody remember? Not UCB, the one, the Flannery's.
So.
No,
Flannery. Clarify something. I think that Steven said and Wayne both said, the problem with Flannery's, whichever it was, they didn't have a liquor license. So we had absolutely no control over them. They were simply operating. I know there were times they were selling liquor. I think it was at least cans of beer. But because they didn't have a liquor license, they had no stipulation. So they had no rules. They could pretty much do whatever they want. That's the one thing in the East Village, unfortunately, that we have some control over of a business is if they have a liquor license. We can then implement some stipulations and work with them to adhere to those stipulations. So no, but they had lines. They had lines at night too. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Could I just say one thing? Claire's come all the way here. She hasn't spoken. So is it okay if Claire just says something?
Hi, I'm Claire, originally from Scotland, but I moved down to London to work with Mark. I've been doing that for 3 years as the venue manager, and I've absolutely loved it. I've loved the clientele and the call mix. And I was just going to say, there was a couple of things that you mentioned about, one, I think metal detectors, great idea. But two, about getting people in and just not having it to be a bar to the public. We have managed to do that very well over our 2 venues in London. We have security on the door to check stamps. And that is only people that are allowed in that have bought tickets and have shown ID to prove that they are of legal age to drink. So yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Oh, and Claire, one thing, Claire is also our best manager in the UK. She's our best manager. That's why she said when she is one of the reasons we tipped coming here was because Claire said she expressed an interest in coming to New York. Said, okay, well that tips it over.
The other thing is, people that they go to the community, this way they feel to balance, so the other guys, and it's pretty well. So I'm gonna agree with you that it's not virus, but it is not that sort of it's really loud. It's really, really loud. And again, it's like we want to be relevant. See how I have hoping. Yes, the hours, and again, not inside, nothing to people. 200 people coming out all at once, a lot. And just they can't help their life, and they have to have heaters. So
That's older,
again,
though.
we're just asking for hours of no line.
Give them a second.
This crowd's not gonna be pre-gaming to go to a comedy show. They're going to get 2 drinks, maybe 3, and that's it. And then they're
Okay.
leaving.
And I see again, we're gonna cut this off after this, but I see Bryce raised his hand. So Bryce, do you have one more comment you'd like to add?
Yeah, just quickly. So I think first, we keep saying 200, but they're actually asking for 240. And as I heard the presentation, we're going from 1 or 2 shows, which is what UCB East had, 1 or 2 shows for 120 people to potentially 4 shows on a weekend with 240 people. So we're talking 1,000 people in a relatively short period of time on that corner. I couldn't entirely hear the discussion about metal detectors, but at least in other areas, metal detectors have been sort of outside on the sidewalk. I think we would want to have clear stipulations that lines didn't need to be inside. I think there were clear stipulations for used to be east that lines were to be inside, and they never actually were inside. In addition, the space just inside the east third entrance, that has never been a bar. It was always the Avenue A side. That was the bar. So now to have both of those spaces as bars, and as I said, potential exit from that space onto East 3rd Street is potentially like 1,000 people. Like I just don't I don't think that's sort of fitting for the street.
I agree. I think metal detectors will create lines and be more hassle than more.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know. I feel like metal detectors might be over. It's yeah, yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Two security, sorry. In London, we have 1 security from Sunday to Thursday, and on Fridays that we have 2 security on the door. Plus on the exits, we always get staff to come from the bar to help with moving people out. Yeah.
Also, just word of advice. It's actually, I did see, you said there's going to be 2 guards, and I did see there's an occupancy of 242 people. It's like 1 guard per 70 people is the law. It's the SLA law. It's 70, it's around 70, the number. Don't quote me exactly how much. Pardon? Yeah, it's a state liquor authority law.
It's just best practices.
Maybe it's not a law. I think it is actually a law. Pardon? Oh. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think, but the security, well, that's it. The security would be helping manage that. No, I'm not necessarily worried about that per se as much as just sheer number of people.
Yeah, they're gonna need people on each exit, telling them that they can't stand in front of the venue, that they have to move on. And even looking at them a couple of houses down and just making sure that they keep walking. I mean, I'm assuming people are gonna keep walking, they're gonna go to another bar, they're gonna do whatever, but
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing that no one's discussed is, there's going to be Ubers and cars, and that's going to be a huge issue because Avenue A on a weekend night is a parking lot. And it's going to be a lot of horn honking, and there's nothing you can do. This is not necessarily anything you can control, and I'm not sure if it's different in London, but here they are all going to show up in Ubers and Lyfts, and then it's Avenue A is a parking lot, and they're all going to be honking their horns, and people are going to be standing there waiting for their Ubers and Lyfts, and that's going to be a huge issue. If it is.
It's no, well, you could still go in there, but that's the difference there. Maybe is that we literally just had a situation where people have pulled out, opened up all of their doors and windows and we had 200 people having a dance party in front of the church on Third Street. So people will linger, people do gather, if people do gathering, that'll happen. I'm just concerned that as you go down that street, it gets darker, people linger.
How many doors down on Third Street is the church from? 2. Okay, that to me, that sounds like if is it
The church span is very big, and it's a big dark span.
right? I was just thinking whether that could be something that the staff can control, you know, how, because right, like how far can they have controls down the block, you know?
And you got it closed, you know, and again, I'm not worried about the comedy place, but we certainly don't want to, we had a bad situation there, we don't want to go back. The UCB, I used to have to go down because celebrities, they go inside and people in their cars would wait outside with their radios blasting, we used to have to go down. Go in the place, get the person who actually belongs, and you tell them this. Would you
Consider a 1 o'clock closing on the weekends.
Does we want to sleep? Which code, are you the one,
We're in the white Taylor building, right across from the church. And is the one for the Green Hills.
The only thing I could say is like, it's unlike another bar where it's like when you say 1 o'clock, it actually turns into 2 o'clock, it takes forever, people leave. Like this is like a show's ending, you know, if the last show would probably finish at 12:30 then, and then they've got a half an hour for everyone, like they're probably done and dusted really by 1 a.m., right? Yeah.
You know, I mean.
That's fair, girl. Yeah. Like, so when you, sorry, do you mind? It just, when does your last show end in UK?
Friday, we've got 7, 9, 11.
So
And then, yeah, that's the last one.
finishes at 11 or starts at 11?
We thought because New York's such a late night city, we thought we'd get another one here. The rents are higher in New York as well. But then we won't push for that. You can,
Question is, how long does it take from the end of the show to clear the space out completely?
15, 20 minutes.
Schedule conferences. And the reason we schedule the conferences have more impactful is because we have this. It's because of everybody. So it just isn't, and then say, restaurant open till 2 o'clock. And I know you had said that you were willing to compromise, you know, as far as hours.
Right.
Other comment.
Doors closed at 1 a.m., I'd support it.
Yeah, and I like.
That's fine.
So 12 the rest of the week and 1 on Friday and Saturday.
Yep.
Exits though. I mean, that's a real concern for Third Street and Avenue A.
Well, I don't know. There was multiple things discussed.
We can stipulate, we can close. Okay.
Well, I have a question. You said it's not legal to make that an emergency exit only.
Right,
That does, I don't.
to put the push bar on it, I don't think that's legal. Yeah.
No, but an emergency exit is an egress. The push bar, that's
Yeah, when you're occupancy, it's there, it doesn't, from my experience, they need an emergency exit. They don't say that you have to exit there all the time. Changes.
But I mean, it's just able to be a push bar so that they can still go out in an emergency.
City of yes, anything over 200 is. See, what one exit, not a.
I think
It's a big number of people. You can't, people through one door. Also, we have competing interests. They want to buy it on Third Street, which I totally understand. And I want it spread out because we have a lot of people living on that street there on. But regardless, they can't use it as just emergency exit.
That you're gonna need double staff then. If you're gonna be exiting at Third Street and Avenue A, you're gonna need door people and staff on both exits then.
Then on Third Street and just walk to Avenue A anyway to catch a cab. Like everyone's you're gonna let people, they're just gonna walk to Avenue A anyway, unfortunately.
Gonna go to Avenue A anyways.
Catching a cab on Third Street.
Yeah, not the ones that are hanging out in front of the church in their building.
This is on Third Street. We have, restaurants, there's popular
Yeah.
places.
Poco.
Yeah, they're a little too popular.
Anyways, I don't know. So what do we, I mean,
It's 12 during the week and 1 a.m. on the weekend.
that's well, the hours, I think we're all in agreement on that.
Yeah.
Now we're just,
Use both exits.
well, I don't know. I mean, I guess if it is the case that it's not legally allowed, that they have to have two for that, if it's over 200, I don't know that.
You're right, Clancy. If that is the case, then the reason for that is that that many people can't fit through one door. So you would have to use legally both exits.
Can I just ask a question? When we're using Third Street as an exit, would it be helpful if the staff directed people to walk towards Avenue A? Or is that?
Well, it doesn't really matter. And in the end, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters where they walk to. They just need to keep walking. They need to disperse, not just because that is what happens is they all come and hang out outside the door. Waiting for their Ubers and waiting for their cars. And there's going to be a lot of that, both on Third Street and Avenue A. So I think they need to just be dispersing them. Yeah. Yeah, because if you're, if it's 240, your theater, and I was just roughly counting, it's over 200 is your seating, you're actually in your seats. If you're full, that's going to be, 220, 240 people leaving at once.
True, the whole happen. You guys pull every time.
No, I'm sorry, Bryce. Bryce, I'm sorry. We're actually going to cut off all public comment because we have to move on. We still have 6 more items and it's now 9:30. So I'm sorry, Bryce, but we just text Amy if you have something completely urgent and then, yeah. Well, the thing is though, they haven't added to the space. The occupancy has been the same. I mean, you get a certificate of occupancy based on the size of a space. So they haven't done any physical alterations to this. I mean, they may have moved seats around, but so I don't know what I don't remember. Guys, it's been years since I was in UCB. I don't remember what they were in, but the occupancy wouldn't have legally changed. Maybe their seating arrangements and that kind of stuff very well probably has, but the occupancy is legally set by the certificate of occupancy, right?
That's correct.
Gonna say if they have a business plan, please.
It's on the space, yeah. Yeah. And I mean, the space is the space. Okay, so So hours, I mean, I guess we've kind of settled on the exits that if you legally have to use both, then there's nothing we can do about that. However, we're going to require adequate staff. That being said, I don't know that they necessarily have to be licensed security. You maybe need a licensed security at each door based on the minimum, but you could have other staff that are out there directing as well. And my thought is even if it's going to be 120 people going out each door, they don't need to be out there for hours, but they need to be out there for 15 minutes to just till they're gone. So whether it's an actual security at the door and 2, 3 staff, I'm not sure what it'll take, but I think you just need to commit to having adequate staff to chase the people away. Is there anything else that we were really well, no lines, and you agreed to that. You said, and that's also something because what I'm going to say is, and I don't know, actually, I've seen it on social media. It's happening in London too, but here in New York, the big thing is lines. They are lining up for everything, and if people see lines, they're going to line up. And if you tell them to get their app, they're going to sit on their app, but they're going to stand in line right out front, waiting for you to call them. That's just what they're going to do. And I can give you there's a donut or a cinnamon roll place. There's a scone place. I can give you any number of places to go check out. So what you're going to need to do is you're going to give them the app, but you're still going to have to physically chase them away. So that's, yeah. Or if you have I know you have some space inside, but it's not going to fit the full amount. So, but you're going to have to be vigilant at that and just, hopefully. But there's it's this new TikTok, and they're going to TikTok themselves in line. Like it's guaranteed as all you've seen it. So, okay. You'll see.
Isn't TikTok these days?
Anyways, okay. So is there any, does that go back to the stipulation, please? Just, do we get everything? Like it's kind of,
I added the sentence we can, about.
can adjust, yeah. Okay.
Before you vote, I just want to.
Well, we're going to put we'll put the stipulations on the screen and we'll go through with exactly what we're voting on. Anyone else on the committee have anything else? Any other thoughts? Anyone? Okay. So we're going to put the stipulations up on the screen and we're going to read through these. So it's I, Mark Rothman, as a representative of Top Secret Comedy Club located at 44 Avenue A. It would be a full liquor license. We'll operate a comedy club with less than a full service kitchen, but serving food during all hours of operation. My hours of operation will be Monday through Thursday, 5 p.m. to 12 a.m., Friday, 5 p.m. to 1 a.m., Saturday, 1 p.m. to 1 a.m., and Sunday, 1 p.m. to 12 a.m. You will not use outdoor space for commercial use. You will employ a doorman security personnel. So I think originally it was 1 during the week, 2 on the weekends. I don't know if that needs to be something more. I don't know if we need to make that more specific. If you're. Well, I think, but the difference is if you're going to be using both exits, even during the week, you need to have someone at that door. But should we say something as opposed to putting it in a number? Should we say something like staff at each exit to ensure crowds? Yeah.
I think so.
So we're
Yeah.
not saying it has to, and again, that we're not, because the SLA is very specific on this, we're not going to say security because they require you to have a license. So if we say 3 licensed security, they're all going to have to be licensed security. If we say staff, which we will say down below, staff at each exit to ensure crowds are dispersed and are not congregating on the sidewalk.
You're actually better off with their staff anyway, who know how their club operates versus a security company that sends a new guy every week.
So we want to change that. No, we'll leave that at the bottom to declare, but I think for I will employ doorman and security. So for now, you were just saying 1 during the week and 2 on the weekends, and that is only applying to the licensed security.
That's correct.
Okay. So we'll leave that under license, and then you'll have a closed fixed facade with no open doors and windows. There are no open doors and windows, so that's fine. You don't have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events. You will be charging a cover fee because that's the nature of your business. So, and you will have scheduled performances. So I guess, and you had this on the questionnaire, not more than 5 private parties per year. What are you envisioning to mean a private party?
A full buyout of the entire.
But isn't that what your shows essentially are?
Well,
I
it
was
would be-
confused by that.
Are you gonna have like?
Well, that's why I was asking. So we consider a private party as a full buyout of the entire venue. It would.
Comedy Central came to them and was like.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's.
And I'm not actually saying, I don't know that any of us actually have a problem. We just want to clarify that so that if it is something you're gonna do, and I guess that would be for like a company. So like you had listed on your questionnaire as 5 private parties per year. So we'll leave, so 5 private parties per year is. Well, that's what I'm wondering. So I don't think any of us have a problem listing it because it is essentially going to be the same as your regular event.
Yeah.
Do you want them listed? If in case you're having a company come in and do it where it's not something a show you're running.
Well, our experience in London, if somebody says that we want to bring it's usually a company event, and it's okay, we want to we want to have the whole evening, just our company. It's okay, well, we charge a little bit more than tickets.
Yeah.
You know, and it's okay, and you have a drinks minimum that they're going to buy, you know, just make
Okay, so
they're going to basically.
So we're gonna do 5 per, you had listed 5 per year, let's put 5 per year.
Sorry?
You listed on the questionnaire 5 per year. Is that?
That's fine.
Five events per year?
Oh, sure.
Is that, okay, so that's what we're gonna leave it at. And then I guess there's a question about ambient background recorded music only. I guess that we should probably uncheck that because you will have amplified your comedians.
Yeah.
So is that okay?
Yeah, but I think we just need to mention that, I mean, it is the comedy clubs will be at Entertainment Amplified. So just under this section, like that line, just say, you know, we'll be operating as a comedy club with comedians at amplified entertainment level. Simply what?
I'm right.
Okay.
So I think if you're gonna have hybrid, the people online and it for the same, right?
So we did.
There's a lot of conversation.
The applicants, yeah, yes. So the applicants do get to speak more. I did not shush these two, and I should have, because normally we do.
There's a specific portion for the public to speak.
Because as you see, it's now 9:30 and we still have 6 more items. So
Something, egress and egress, that which have to be used. We're basing them on what it said, but we don't actually have legal advice that. Well, the applicant.
Well, the plans were drawn by a licensed architect, so.
playing at entertainment volume, just. Yeah. So Bryce, and I don't mean to be rude, but we do have to move on, and I'm not sure what you're adding to the conversation by disputing that. I mean, again, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying we do need to move on. So unless you had anything else to. Okay, well, thank you. And thank you for rushing over here and, you know, okay, so that statement was will operating as a club, as I would say a comedy club. Don't say a club. Don't say a club. Say as a comedy club with, which, and don't even say with just comedians at amplified entertainment level. But I mean, they're going to be mic'd. It's not background.
Yeah. It isn't. I don't think it makes a difference.
It's not, and we're not,
They're gonna be
but,
fine.
but I don't,
They won't be-
but the other thing is someone else, you know, we want to put these stipulations because if someone else comes in, we don't want that issue, so. But it's loud, but isn't, I think that's louder than background, though. That's my only, so what do we? Okay, so that's fine. And then, no, you're not participating in pub crawls or party buses, no unlimited drink specials, no happy hour specials. You're agreeing to no wait lines and you will have staff responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise or crowds. And then we're going to address this in the additional statement at the bottom. I will conspicuously post the stipulation beside the liquor license, and then residents may contact the owner manager at the number below, and it's Mark Rothman. And actually, should this be Claire then? You're going to be the one on site managing things, right? Which is fine.
Yeah.
So then
we
we-
put it here. Instead, there will be now and also.
Oh, yes. So that actually needs to be put at the, yes. So, and Claire, what is your?
Claire, CA. Right.
Okay, so then we're going to say, we're adding a couple extra things that weren't standard. So I will have staff at each exit to ensure crowds are dispersed.
No serving liquor after.
No alcohol service after the shows. And only ticket holders. How do we want to say that? Only ticket holders in the venue or?
I mean.
Only ticket holders may enter venue. Is that more better, appropriate, whatever? I'm losing my.
An improvement.
Okay. Enter venue including bar. Okay. 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 That's.
Everything looks good. I just want one point of clarification. When we initially sent the notice, we sent one for on premises and restaurant wine. The hope is to apply for both simultaneously. Mark is hoping to open within a month so that he can apply for beer and wine temp while his full liquor temp is pending. So I don't know if you want to break that out into two separate ones or.
We'll do that, but the SLA isn't as backlogged as they once were. So
Okay.
we went through a lot of that for a while, but that's not happening as much.
So beer and wine comes faster in there. Yeah. So will you check maybe both on?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll take it then.
Okay.
Yeah.
But just Claire, you have no issue with us doing that,
No.
right? Okay.
Okay, so then we're gonna move to a vote.
In five.
Yes.
Under the week during weekends for the park.
That's licensed security, which is different than staff. At the bottom, we say adequate staff at each door to disperse the crowds. And you're all gonna have her cell phone number and you can call and text her when it's not happening. I know that's not always effective, but no, so, and I think you may have missed this, you were probably on your way over. The door, that number 5 The SLA is very specific, and if we were to say 6 security, that means licensed security, and that's a whole different level than just having staff to ensure that they're dispersing. So if they're having 1 licensed security store and then they have 3 staff members, that's different than having the SLA requiring them to have all licensed security. So that's why it's mentioned up there and it's mentioned down below.
Plus, you know, Susan lives across the street from this place.
Yeah.
You know, you could always talk to Susan, it's, you know. Yeah.
This is better than.
Yeah, but so you have Susan.
But you forget that we'll employ a doorman, flat, security person. So it doesn't say like. You know what a company it is.
But if we say like, that's why we say down below. Because we've had issues with that where they get screwed over by the state because that means they have to have 6 licensed security and that's a whole different world. So,
this stipulation.
yeah. Okay. So we're moving to a vote. Megan Joy. Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Michael Ovario.
Yes.
Guillermo Zaviglia. Okay. So the motion passes. We will send out the stipulations with all the instructions on signing, notarizing, returning, and everything else.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank
Thank
you.
you. And thank you for rushing. Right, there was. I have no idea.
Yeah. We might even get the number.
My concern is the opposite of yours. I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're on.
Yeah, good luck.
Actually, if there's 4, I did. Oh, I thought I count. There's 4. And I don't know that any of them are going to be any quicker than the other.
Thank you. Okay. Appreciate it.
Okay. So this one. Okay, next we're going to move on to item number 9, which is Chinato Gal Hospitality, 108 Stanton Street. Is the applicant or their representative here for that? Please raise your Zoom hands.
You know, Mark Woe now is here. He's the principal. I don't know who's lawyer.
John Springer should be his representative. Mark, is John here with you?
Hi, no, it's just me.
Okay, then. So before we start with this item, I was actually hoping John would be here because John, we've dealt with him in many times and he's been very disrespectful each time. This time he refused to adhere to our requirements for petitions. He used the excuse that you live in Long Island and you couldn't come in to get the petitions. You were busy doing the closing and contract work to get the petitions. And he said because this is a sale of assets and a transfer license, he shouldn't have to submit the petitions. He said the SLA doesn't require them, that it's just some silly, he didn't use the word silly, but he said some rule that the community board has. This was last week when the office emailed him asking him to please submit the petitions after they were due on Wednesday. This was Friday morning. I responded and said, please, actually, I don't even think I said please. I said the petitions need to be submitted by 12 p.m. or we will not be able to hear you and we will have to deny you for not following the procedures and having a complete application. He said, I will not submit them by 12. I will submit them by 4. He still never submitted them by 4 and he hasn't submitted them by this time now. Do you have petition signatures?
We don't, but sorry, excuse my voice. But we don't have it, but we were planning to get it before the full community board meets on this issue.
No, so that's not okay. The application process that you were sent out over a month ago listed everything that was required. And I understand if you were delayed, and even on Friday, you still could have got them to us today. We have turned away many people because it's not a complete application. So submitting them to the full board, that's not okay. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I see you talking. I just can't
Oh.
hear what you're saying.
I'm not sure which one. Actually, it's this one.
What I wanted to say was that we told 2 applicants they could not this month, that we could not submit today.
Yes.
And Mark even mentioned that he collected them over the weekend and didn't submit them. We never hear without petitions.
So, I mean, can you tell me why you didn't collect petition signatures?
So I just found out about it on Friday morning when I saw the email from John asking me if I had them. We've been in communication over the last couple of months to get a
So
liquor license.
I apologize for the community board that your representative did not adequately prepare you for the meeting. But unfortunately, you can choose to withdraw and come back next month. And you would just need to send an email to the community board stating that you will not move to the SLA without first coming back to the community board next month. Or if not, unfortunately, I think we have to deny you for an incomplete application. And this is not something that is specific to you. This is something we ask of every single applicant that comes to us every single month. And it's not something, unfortunately, that we can waive because we haven't done before. We've made applicants go through the same process before, and it wouldn't be fair to them that we made come back in the past to let you go through without this. So I'm not sure. I will give you that choice. You can choose to withdraw, or we would move to a denial.
For that's a tough one. I mean, you can deny it for now. I'll work with John and get things figured out. I will ask him to just be more mindful of his communication with you guys, just so it doesn't come off
Well,
as
but it's, I mean, a denial is a denial. It's not a denial for now. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If you plan on coming back, it's much better for you technically, paperwork wise and everything else, to withdraw and come back next month, as opposed to, if that's what you intend on doing, as opposed to coming back, or as opposed to just an outright denial, because an outright denial gets sent to the state.
I just want to add, we had many written communications with your representative about this.
It didn't just happen Friday morning. That was when it reached a head.
Both the office and the committee chair have been communicating several times with your applicant.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll talk to him about it. Just make sure we're on the same page about what the requirements are. Let's just put this on ice for now, I guess. I'll come back with.
Okay, so you just need to send an email to the community board office stating that you are withdrawing for the month of September. And, you know, you can choose, I would think you would choose to come back for October, but you can do that at your leisure. But you just should state you're withdrawing for September and you will not go to the SLA without coming back to the community board first. And I think, John, the next meeting will be October. Hold on one second, Susan can get that. And what I'm going to say, based on the emails that we received from your representative, I think he's going to advise you to continue on to the state without that. That is your choice. I would advise against that because we do have a working relationship with the SLA and we will attend the meeting. And I don't think that would necessarily go in your favor as he does.
Got it. Thank you.
The next meeting in October will be.
Meeting will be October 26th, and then the 20th, October 20th.
20th is yes.
And then the full board will be voting on the 28th.
Okay, so it's October 20th would be the SLA committee meeting, and then the full board meeting will be October 28th, the following week.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay. So again, apologies for any confusion. I'm not necessarily blaming anyone, but we were very clear from the beginning, so.
Okay. All right.
Okay. And he, you know, we were clear and he was very rude and adamant in his responses to us, so. But thank you. Just make sure to send that email to the community, because if we don't receive a withdrawal email, we will have to turn it into a denial before the full board meeting.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on to the next. Number 10, Lotus Group Hospitality at 162 Orchard Street. Okay, so we have Frank, the applicant. Okay, hi Frank.
Good evening, everyone. How are you?
We're doing well.
I was hoping that was going to wind up being a success, but we don't need petitions anymore. But that argument is going.
Oh, if only. Not yet, Frank.
Not bad. for you.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm going to give a quick summary of this, and I think hopefully this one can be a fairly simple one. Lotus Group Hospitality LLC, it's doing business as a to be determined, is seeking full on-premises liquor license. Premises located at 162 Orchard Street between Stanton and Rivington. It's an application for an establishment of 73 people with 7 tables and 32 seats, 1 stand-up bar serving Vietnamese food out of a full, actually, and you didn't have checked, you have a full kitchen there, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so it's serving food out of a full kitchen, food served during all its operation, no TVs, recorded background music. There are 57 on-premises licenses within 500 feet per the lamp map. This is a previously licensed location in basically the exact same method of operation. The applicant is a license holder in Community Board 3 and also in Community Board 2. There were 6 commercial throw-in complaints at this location with police action since 2023. The Lower East Side dwellers submitted a letter basically in support that they are not opposed to this as long as the applicant agrees to adhere to the previously approved stipulations. 70 residents who live within 2 blocks of location signed a petition in favor. So we're going to quickly go through just the previous stipulations. Its hours of operation will be opening no later than 7 a.m. and closing by 2 a.m. I think you're not opening at 7, or they weren't opening at 7 a.m., were they?
Not the prior place, no.
And are you planning on opening at 7 a.m.?
Yes, we are. We're supposed to be, we're going to be a cafe, so a Vietnamese cafe in the morning. So we're going to just serve coffee, of course, in the morning hours.
Okay, so just, and I could probably skip this, but the way we clarify things is it's opening no later. So if you're definitely going to be open by 7 a.m. and you want to do that all the time, that's great. If you're not sure if that's going to work and you may want to open a little bit later and you want to say 8 or 9, you could still open at 7 if you want. But if you see that's not working and you want to do an 8 or 9, you're not in violation. But if you say you're going to be open at 7 and you're not opening by 9, you're kind of breaking your stipulations. So I'll leave that decision up to you if you are definitely one at 7.
Clint, can I ask a question?
Yep.
If that were the case, if that did happen, and it does happen, you're right. Couldn't we just write a letter to the community board saying we're changing our opening hours till 9?
No,
You don't
because
really
that's
care about opening hours, do you?
no, but the hours then have to go to has to go through the state as well. That you would need a method of operation change for that.
I don't think the authority is going to make me change my opening hours. I'm not going to file an MO change if I open later.
Yeah, so I think I see what you're saying, Frank, but I think my suggestion is there's no downside to putting them a little bit later if you're not sure you're going to be open at 7. That's all I'm saying.
It's up to Don. It's up to Don.
So
Yeah,
whatever you want, Don.
I get it. Understand. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically we're serving coffee, right? So we wanted morning out, but I get it. To play it safe, I say 10.
Okay, and that's perfectly fine. I
appreciate.
We were just trying to help you out down the road. So
No,
okay, so we're going to say your hours of operation are going to be 10 a.m. every day,
Mhm.
and you're asking for a 2 a.m. closing all days.
Yes.
Close all outdoor dining out loud under the open restaurants closing by 10. I also don't know if you had checked off. No, you. Do the front facade doors and the front windows open at least, don't they?
They open. Yes, they do open, but we're going to close it at 10.
So it'll be closed at 10 p.m. So that's fine.
Yeah.
And then you were proposing happy hours ending by 7 p.m. each night. And I think that was generally, I was just going through quickly. I just wanted to make sure that the stipulations. Now, the only thing that I think the dwellers mentioned that I was going to question as well is you're asking for later hours than what the previous business had. And you're also asking for later hours than what you have at your other businesses in the West Village. Is there a reason for those later hours?
In the West Village, I have a 2 a.m., 4 a.m. in the West Village.
But I think when I looked at the website, they weren't I think your hours are advertised as earlier at least.
Yeah, when I first applied for it, business was really good, and I did stay open that late. After COVID, my business took a hit, so I kind of closed it down a little earlier. So,
Okay. But you actually have 2 a.m. licenses.
Yes,
You're just
yes,
you're closing earlier.
yes.
Hey, Clint, just one thing I want to mention to you, because you read everything out, but are you finished? I apologize.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
Those 6311s, there's 5 residentials and only 1 commercial. I checked them myself today.
Okay. I didn't specifically pull these myself. I'm not sure who did. Who did this one? The 311s?
Oh, it's somewhere residential.
He said somewhere residential. And that's fine. But I think in this case, Frank, I don't know that any of us were going to beat you up over those 6, even if they were legit, but
No,
thank
but
you for
just
clarifying. Okay, well, thank you for that clarification, Frank. I don't know. So I think the previous place had hours. I think they were 1 on the week. They were 12 during the week and 1 on the weekends. He's asking for 2 all nights. That's really the only major change he's asking for. Does anyone feel strongly about that? Yep. Okay. Oh, actually, we should just. So I went through the summary. Do you have anything else to add, Frank or Dawn?
I don't.
Okay, we're gonna check. We're gonna check just to see if there's anyone here from the public. I don't know if there is. If you're here from the public to speak to this item, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay, seeing none.
I was gonna say that like, it seems like from their other location, it's operating more like as a restaurant, and it's even closing a little bit earlier on the earlier side. So I mean, I'm not sure if this is them asking for 2 and, and then maybe they close a little bit earlier, but it doesn't seem like, being a late night bar is in their, like what they're doing.
Yes.
Can I just add something, Clint?
Sure, go ahead, Frank.
Prior applicant had a DJ. We're not requesting a DJ.
Well, yes, and that's the prior applicant wasn't allowed to have a DJ, but they did it. It wasn't on their stipulations, but they did have DJs occasionally. So
It was on the stipulations.
Are you
4 times
sure?
a month. 4 times a
thought-
month. I did the stip.
I thought I looked back and it wasn't.
Nope. Bible.
Can you go grab it just to make sure? Can you go grab the file just to make sure? Well, I mean, they're not asking for DJs, so that's fine. So we're going to stipulate no DJs, but I thought I pulled this. And Frank, you could be right, but
I checked it today. I actually prepared for this one.
okay, yeah. So that's fine. I think it just needs to be clear that you are to be a full service restaurant. No DJs, not turning into a club, etc.
No, none of that. No.
You're picking one of the worst places in our community board. So you just need to be careful.
Yes.
And and Frank can tell you, the fact that the dwellers aren't opposing you should go a long way.
Yes.
So just stay in their good graces.
Yes. Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions or comments about this? Okay. Please go ahead and pull the stipulations up, Michael. We're going to quickly go through these stipulations for you. Okay, so I think, Donald, we had Vincent Chan listed. Should that be Vincent? Should it be you?
Doesn't matter.
Who will be signing the stipulations?
Either or.
It could be either one.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll leave Vincent since he's on there. Vincent Chan is a qualified representative of Lotus Group Hospitality, located at 162 Orchard Street. It would be a full liquor license. Will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a Vietnamese restaurant, with kitchen open serving food during all hours of operation. The hours of operation will be Monday to Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. I will close all outdoor dining allowed under the open restaurants program by 10 p.m. You're not having security, no soundproofing. Close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. You will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event which a cover fee is charged, or scheduled performances. Will play ambient recorded background music only. Will not apply for an alteration with coming to CB3. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses. Will not have unlimited drink specials. Will have happy hour ending by 7 p.m. Will not have wait lines outside. Will have a staff person responsible for ensuring no loitering, noise, or crowds. Will post a stipulation and residents may contact the owner at the number below. Vincent Chan, 917-337-8006. Does that look, everything is agreeable, what we discussed?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll move to a vote. Megan Joy?
Yes.
Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario?
Yes.
Guillermo Zabiglia?
Yes.
Okay. So motion passes. Frank will be sending out the stipulations with instructions. You know the drill.
Have a good month, folks. Thank you.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, we're going to move on to number 13, Village Blue Hospitality, 536 East 5th Street. Yes, please. So hold on one second. Let me just get up the summary and I will give you a quick summary. Okay, sorry, just taking a second to get it. Okay, this is Village Blue Hospitality LLC doing business as, and is it to be determined? You don't have a DBA yet?
It's pending, but likely Odo.
Oh, the restaurant name? It's Odo East Village.
ODO?
ODO.
Okay, I'll add that in. Okay, is seeking a full on-premises liquor license in the premises located at 536 East 5th Street between A and B. This is an application for establishment of 74 people, 3 tables, 8 seats, 1 stand-up bar with 15 seats, a full kitchen serving Japanese food, food served during all hours of operation, with recorded background level music. There are 14 on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This applicant has never previously been a license holder, but has worked in the business for 10 years and has been the general manager of the current establishment, Minka, for 6 years.
No.
Oh.
No. Is it okay if I
Yes.
jump in? Just to echo everything that you have said, Clint, we're applying for a full liquor license as a Japanese restaurant. It's going to be background music only, no outdoor dining. Although the legal occupancy is 74 people, there will only be about 25 people in the premise at once. It's very small. It's going to be an intimate establishment. Again, food focused to the core. It's going to be very upscale, but still welcoming to everyone. And Satoru with me right now is the general manager speaking on behalf of the owner, Odo, who's not here this evening, but has extensive restaurant and industry experience, being a Michelin star holder, a James Beard Award winner, and also constantly being on the list of 1,000 top best restaurants. sorry to take all your talking points. And Satoru here is the general manager of two existing establishments with the same method of operations in the Flatiron District. So that is the gallery and that is also the hall. There's also 2 additional pending applications within Manhattan 4 that have been approved. We're just conditionally approved with the SLA as well. We're just building out the space still. Member of the community and just wanting to give back and for it to be a place of, cultural sharing. What's really cool about this premise is that it's going to be a seasonal menu and have a really strong focus on sustainability. So working with local farmers, local fishermen, butchers, and everything like that. Satoru, would you like to add anything?
Thank you. Okay. Hello, good evening. So as Adriana mentioned about us, beside that, my chef, we met like 12 years ago in East Village. It's a Japanese restaurant called Kajitsu, which serving a Japanese vegetarian restaurant on 9th Street. And we work together, and then now we have a 2 restaurant in Flatiron District, but we always talking about we want to go back to East Village and open the Japanese restaurant again. So now dream come true, and then now it's process for liquor license application. Thank you.
And I think that's all we have. So we're happy to answer any questions. Do I turn this off so you guys can use your microphone? Okay.
Actually, I guess we should, is there anyone from the public here to speak? And I think Laura wants to speak. Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay, so Laura, if you want to just take the mic, yeah. We'll let you go first.
Okay, so I just had some questions about this. So Tuome is in the middle at 5:38 and it closes very early. Minka was an early closing establishment. I think the committee has just agreed to license 540 to more of a cocktail, also just indoors, but more of a cocktail program with later hours from the same owner as Tuome. So it just concerns me that this is going have another late night full liquor bar on a very quiet residential side street. Is just a concern. And it's a very, very different neighborhood from Flatiron where they're very big buildings and there's not a lot of impact on immediate residents. So that's what I just like to bring up.
Thank you, Laura. And that was going to be actually my question was, is there a reason why you're asking for 2 a.m. hours?
Sorry, do you want to respond? Okay.
So reason we want to open 2 a.m. because we have restaurant, no bars or lounge, food focused restaurant operator. But we want to open 2 a.m. because we like to offer the food late night for the whoever works in the restaurant industry in the neighborhood as well. And for the neighbors that if they wants to eat food or snacks after midnight, that's the reason we wanted to open 2 a.m.
I would like to also add that, correct me if I'm wrong, but the style of food preparation and the dining experience is a little bit slower than your typical restaurant. So the meals are really meant to be eaten slowly and coursed out and made in front of you. So it's a little bit different in the sense that it takes longer to consume.
No omakase.
Yeah.
Our existing restaurant only serve omakase style, but East Village location is more a la carte.
So I would say, my initial thoughts was I didn't think this was a big issue, but My further thought is, as Laura said, this is a very quiet street. Fifth Street is very quiet. It's residential. There are a couple, like there's Lavanya, there's well, there's the other Japanese restaurant, but then at the other end of the other end of the street by Avenue A, it's not Josie's, it's Sophie's. Sophie's, which is also a very quiet, non-problematic bar.
Or if you guys have ever had the pleasure of going to their other existing spots, but it's, again, they're small, they're very intimate, they're very quiet, and it's background music only, a closed fixed facade at all times. And also, it's just not that type of clientele, not that type of vibe. And it's also
But I think
not crowds going.
I'm not, I believe you, I agree with you. My only concern is it's bringing people to that street late night, which doesn't currently happen. So that's bringing more people to that quiet residential street. Even if they're, well behaved and polite, it's still bringing people to the street. And what you probably heard us mention earlier and what we've discussed recently in our policy meetings is we are trying our best. If we are going to approve something, we want it to be a food-based business and we don't want to increase the impact on the neighborhood. And in this case, we're doing several things that would be increasing the impact. We'd be adding full liquor, which doesn't currently exist. And which, as you heard us say earlier, if it's a business that's a full food-based business, beer, wine to full liquor, the liquor part I'm less concerned about actually. But the hours are what's causing a greater impact on the neighborhood, or at least on the community on Fifth Street.
May I ask if the board would be comfortable if we have the closing hours of midnight during the week and the 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday? I also want to highlight that the applicant did outreach and all 50 signatures are from people that live within the block and 19 people that live within the building. And, it's always been our understanding that we want to talk about how quality of life is being impacted, especially by those that live on the block or within the building or adjacent buildings. And none of those individuals are opposing and are excited.
And I can speak from experience. I have signed years ago before I was really on the community board. I signed a petition thinking something was going to be great. It turned out to be a living hell in my building.
And I understand.
And I thought it was going to be a great thing. And they said that. So I understand you did get support from the block and from the building, and that does mean something. But at the same time, we have to look at the bigger picture too and consider what it really does. Because a lot of people think a restaurant's going to be great and it sounds great until they start experiencing the problems from it. So that's my only response. And I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying we have to look at the bigger picture.
First of all, I want to say about Sophie's, they're near Avenue A, and the only thing between them and Avenue A, I think, is Con Ed.
Exactly. So that's,
and the locals actually don't go there on the weekend anymore. They go during the week.
On the weekday, though.
Yeah.
That's what I said. They go during the week. The locals go during the week.
Locals that live there that are.
Yeah.
I live in East Village, so.
Okay. So I'm just trying to say that they're not middle of the block. They're not really
Yeah.
impacting the block.
That's-
It's Con Ed and then that's it. So I know that block really well because I always ate at their predecessor restaurant there. It is very quiet. And I do think people will sign a petition because the restaurant sounds great. They're not thinking about the Ubers and, people coming in and then they complain afterwards. So I think, the policies that you guys said you wanted to support is to not increase the impact. And this is a really quiet street. And I'm sure the restaurant itself will be very, very quiet. But as you say, it's not in what's happening inside. That's the issue. It's coming and going. So 3 people talking on the street at 2 a.m. on that street is gonna be heard by.
Go ahead, Megan.
Sorry.
That we have a policy of administrative approval where they could come and get 12 o'clock closing.
Yeah.
But we do allow people to obviously come here if they want later hours. Now, when do those later hours work? When they don't create a very big impact. I mean, this application has 15 seats at a bar and 8 seats at 2 tables or 3 tables. Like that's 23 people. I don't think that's going to be a big impact. Of seats?
Oh, that is
Okay.
correct. That's the max amount of
I don't
people.
think a place that can hold, that could sit 23 people would ever morph into a bar. And people aren't spending that kind of money on Japanese food and, you know.
And the problems, the problem, that my own fear.
Or they can only serve 23 people at a time.
Yeah. So. That might be. I'm not worried about them as a operation per se, but then I'm also considering when they're not there, if they are so small and they do so well and move to a bigger space.
That's not within the these restaurants are designed for small, intimate spaces, and that is the appeal of the specific premise.
But then have. Well, wait.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say beer and wine license to a 2 a.m. license is a very big jump.
I'm not hearing my there. I'm not concerned about that. My
Space. Off the top of my head, sorry, I'd have to look at the.
About 500 square. Dining space.
Just for context as to where it is, which I know you guys already know very well, it being in the middle of the block, it also being 2 storefronts away from an application that just received 2 a.m. That has a very similar occupancy. So we're talking about precedence. Right, but isn't the board asking for experienced operators and food-focused establishments and small occupancy? This is,
other big. We're gonna have a whole lot to it.
but we're talking about this new space. No one's coming into those yet, and that's why it's so quiet and so dark and
That might be.
but what I'm saying is, if we are giving a cocktail lounge at 2 a.m. and we're not giving something that's also going to be a small footprint, low noise, I'm trying to understand the rationale, and I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to understand because that was my application. So that's why I'm trying to understand. Thomas Chen. No.
She is right, but when do we stop? When do we draw the line?
I don't think it should be with a perfect candidate, though. That's all I'm saying. This is an experienced person.
And you're gonna have 2 vacant spaces, I think, and this is one, not 2 vacant spaces, not 3. And I'm just typing a lot.
Hypothesizing. Hypothetical.
But, you could go back and 2 more perfect candidates, get 2 more 2 a.m. licenses and turn this into a destination for, high-end Japanese cuisine, all for 2 a.m. And then that street becomes Ubers until 2 a.m. So I totally get your point, and you are right to argue for it because Jeff gave someone 2 months ago for 2 a.m. But when do we stop?
I don't know. Do you never allow 2 a.m. for restaurants?
Not a street like that.
Seats?
I don't know. I just feel a restaurant 2 a.m. is better than a bar 2 a.m.
But then it's 2 a.m. license there.
Correct, but our job is not to talk
Because
about
it's
the
really
precedents
good.
for following licensees, and the SLA does not.
No. So I'm gonna say one of the changes that you're seeing, the previous place was a very affordable, a local place.
Yes.
And it wasn't Ubers. So that's actually another very big change from what was there before. And I will say, I mean, I certainly understand what you said.
I agree.
That's why I think if you really are not gonna, you're gonna make policies that have expectations and then not follow them frequently.
This is what we get, and we
This is-
can't argue with her.
This is what you'll get every time. No, absolutely right.
And she's right.
Be truthful and forthcoming with what our business model is, because we're also taking the feedback that you don't want people settling on an hour, then coming back and
And we
still,
appreciate that.
right.
But
So
we also, the feedback you're not hearing is we don't want late night establishments mid-block on a residential block, period. We need to stop that because that's become a problem on many of our streets. So,
I mean, you just gave one. So I'm hearing that, but I'm also,
and that was 2 months ago before we finalized and voted on our new policy. So, and I understand your point, and you are right to argue it as his lawyer. Totally agree. But at some point, we have to say no, because we can't keep saying, yes, yes, oh, we did this here, we did this here. And I understand that's maybe somewhat not fair to you, but I don't know. And I know I feel harsh saying that, but it's a harsh reality. Because then Quiet Little Fifth Street, sooner or later, is going to be not Quiet Little Fifth Street anymore. That's my concern. And I don't know, what does anyone else feel about this? It's not just me.
Because with time.
GMO, even.
I would say limit to one on the weekends.
I mean, you were originally offered 12 and 2. Would you do 12 and 1?
Yeah, I agree. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm taking it to them so they know where I am, the vote that.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you.
we want to work with you guys. I never want it to
And we
come off
understand
as
that you're not, but I'm telling you, you're just doing your job. We shouldn't have.
just for my knowledge.
What do you mean rethink? Well, anyways, we'll figure that.
Just a question on the policy. Are you guys going to be posting anything where applicants can see those
They're going to be voted on at the full board this month.
this month? Okay.
We're going to do a whole blast
Okay.
out to all the lawyers and everyone so that you see. And it's nothing major. It's nothing major. It's just there were policies before we weren't following. And we
Just like a refresher.
fine-tuned it a little bit to make it more clear that, you know, we want to encourage the development on certain areas, but like on the residential side streets, they should stay residential side streets because people do live there. Yes, we're putting in an admin approval for full liquor.
Okay. Understood.
Okay, well, thank you is everyone okay with 12 and 1? Okay, so we will put the stipulations up quickly and go through those. Okay, so it's and actually, I guess, should it still be Hiroki Odo, the signer? Okay. I, Hiroki Odo, as a qualified representative of Village View Hospitality, located at 536 East 5th Street, will operate a full liquor license, will operate a full service restaurant, specifically a Japanese restaurant, with kitchen open serving food during all hours of operation. Hours of operation will be, and it's Sunday through Thursday, 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Friday and Saturday, 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. Will not be, now, which one, did Minka have the outdoor space? On the street seating? Minka had roadbed, or was it Tuomi that had roadbed? I think it was Minka.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I just know that we're not having
But you're
any.
not, so you don't,
No.
I was just gonna ask, you don't want to continue, you're not
No.
gonna have roadbed, okay. So you will not use outdoor space for commercial use. You will close all outdoor dining. Oh, actually, I didn't check that one. No security, no soundproofing. Close any front and roof facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. Will not have DJs, live music, third-party promote events. Any motion cover fee is charged. Scheduled performances. No more than 12 private parties per year. Ambient recorded background music only. Not take a changing class without That's a apply. Will not participate in pub crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, no happy hours. Will post the stipulations. Residents may contact the number manager at the number below. Satoru Yasumatsu at 917-579-7290.
Correct.
Okay, okay. So we will move to a vote. Megan Joy.
Yeah.
Stephen Ballinger.
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Michael Lavario.
Yes.
Guillermo Zaviglia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience in waiting out the whole fun evening. And good luck. Thank you. Okay, last one. Number 11, Anna Perney Hospitality at 211 First Avenue. Laura, again, one of the last ones standing.
Just join them.
Yeah, macaroon or pretzel. Okay. Okay, so you're the applicant and the representative attorney?
Yes, I'm the attorney and the applicant is with me.
Okay, so great. I'm gonna quickly go through a brief summary.
Yeah.
It is Anna Perney Hospitality doing business as Dravita is seeking a full on-premises license in the premises located at 211 First Avenue between 12th and 13th Street. This is an application for an establishment of 74 people with 4 tables, 20 seats, no bar, a full kitchen serving food during hours of operation, no TVs, music streamed at background level. There are 20 full on-premises licenses within 500 feet. This location was previously unlicensed. This applicant does not have any previous experience. There were no commercial complaints because it was unlicensed. We received no support or opposition to this item. 6 residents who live within 2 blocks of the location signed a petition in favor. They are proposing hours of opening no later than 3 p.m., closing by 12 a.m. all days. It will not use outdoor space for commercial use. Will install soundproofing. Will have a closed fixed facade. Will not apply for an alteration without coming to CB3. No pub crawls or party buses. No unlimited drink specials. And it will not have happy hours. Okay. Is there anything you would like to add, change, correct to anything I just said?
Yes, just really quickly. I believe there was a license there from 2021 to 2023. Luzos did have, I believe, from my research, had a license there. No issues with that restaurant or license. On another note, just my client, just a bit about my client. I know she spoke earlier. She could introduce herself as well, but just wanted to note that she was an award-winning chef, a TV personality. She was actually the first person of Indian descent to win on the Chopped, and she's a judge on Master Chef as well, and so she's a very accomplished chef and somebody who I look forward to patronizing. So I just wanted to say a bit about her, and if she wanted to say anything as well, give her the time to do so.
Hi, board. Did you have any questions before I kind of just introduce myself?
I think for now you could just go ahead and give us a quick summary of your experience and.
So I've been, as a chef, I've been cooking for over 15 years. And I also run 4 food businesses, which is a direct-to-consumer meal delivery subscription service. So it comes packaged food that gets delivered to your doorstep in New York, LA, Chicago, and Atlanta. And I'm finally getting an opportunity to open a restaurant. And I've been, I mean, when I first started as a cook, I would always come to the East Village every day off, like every time I got some time. And I was just inspired by the cultural diversity there, and I just knew that that's the place I wanted to open a space that is just a combination of so many cultures, and it's a very accepting community when it comes to something that's interesting or new. And my food is it's going to be very South Asian. And I'm very inspired by the whole spice route and the diaspora, the Indian diaspora that is not just in surrounding India, but also like all over the world, whether it's like parts of South America, there's Malaysia, where there's Indian settlement, there's also Sri Lanka. So it's really like very food focused, and we want to have some really nice chef inspired like cocktails that are actually like using savory ingredients and just providing a really good experience. I want my the guests who come in to um, leave feeling like nourished and just happy, just have a good time.
Okay. I think Laura was here to speak. Did you want to speak to this item, Laura? Just.
Hi. So there's a couple concerns. Welcome, and your experience sounds amazing. And it sounds like a very, interesting restaurant. And the early hours are certainly helpful. There's one thing is that there is a church listed on the SLA map, which I think you noted on your application at 207. I think we've talked about this before and asked the SLA to make a determination on that church, but it's still on the map, so I have to raise that.
Yes. I was gonna. Well, do you have?
Yeah, and then the other thing is that we do have, like a lot of American Indian interesting restaurants very nearby. We have Jazba on Second. We have Ishkan Avenue A that, and then they're opening, there's kebab, there's also a mob place too. So I understand that that's not your food, and I don't mean to, but there is a lot of this. So it's not really a public benefit in and of itself, that type of cuisine. So the church is a concern, and the full liquor, especially for someone who's never operated a restaurant in a very, very busy neighborhood. That's it.
Thank you, Laura. And I was going to actually ask the same question. I know, and you did rightfully so on your application questionnaire, check that there is a church within 200 feet, and it is a church that is listed on the SLA's map. Technically you fall well within the 200 feet. That should prevent the full liquor.
Well, so there's a license at 201 First Avenue as well, and that's within 200 feet of that church. So and there was a license at this location as well in 2021. The location at 201 was licensed in 2024. So my guess, and it's
So I'm gonna point something out to you on that. We've actually been tracking that on our radar. When we approved that, we put in our resolution that we are approving it pending the SLA's determination that that wasn't a full church. We're not sure that the SLA actually investigated that, and we're going to again ask them again about that, because if they did investigate it, they should have removed it from their map if they determined it wasn't a church. So there's something not quite right about that. So
so usually well, the map is, as you may know, it's not 100% accurate.
We 100% know that.
Yeah,
However,
but I think they still do have churches on the map, even if they're not exclusive churches.
Yeah. Now, and this church, we're sure it was an exclusive church, and we're sure it still is. What we're not sure about is if it is still in operation. That was part of the question, but I think what needs to happen is we're going to then put this in our resolution, and not just put it in our resolution. We're going to follow up with the SLA for them to make a determination on if this is an actual church. So I'll speak for myself, but I think the rest of the committee agrees with this. If the church if the SLA determines this is not a, legitimate church or what's the word?
Exclusive?
Exclusive, yes, exclusive, or just even an open and operating church, then that's not an issue. If the SLA determines that, it's out of our hands that it's a full church and can't have a full liquor within 200 feet. So, and I know what you said, it's often not accurate, but we also have churches that are not on the map that the SLA has agreed with us in recent times that are full churches. So we understand the SLA is not perfect and they know that as well. So I think regardless of what the rest of what we're going to do with this item, but I think we would all just agree that we're going to put in our resolution that, you know, we request the SLA make a determination of whether the church at 207 is a legitimate church, blah, 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 blah. So whatever we decide, we will be putting that in our resolution that we send to the SLA.
That's fine.
I just didn't know if you have actually done any other work to determine if it's not a real operating church.
No, so usually we can go off of and rely on their prior decisions, specifically when it's related to a license on the same block, especially two different licenses over the past 5 years.
Yes.
So I did request the prior license at that location. I'm still waiting for it. I'm not sure why they're so delayed with FOIL request. If it is on that application, which I'm assuming it will be, then in 9 times out of 10, we can assume that SLA has made a determination, at least internally, as to that church because it's on the map. Hopefully we can get something in writing that they've determined it's not an exclusive church, whatever the case may be.
We're not making our decision pending on that. We're putting that in there. Whatever our decision is, if we approve you, we're still putting in there that we're requesting them make a determination, and they still may deny it if they determine it's a real church. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand that fully. But they may approve us as well without making that determination. And I just don't want that to be our burden.
So if they approve, no. So here's the thing. There has been a situation in the past where there's been a mistake and they will correct it. If they approve you without making the determination and they prove it's a real church, they will pull your license.
Right. So I'm saying is if they because it seems as though they have made some determination about this church on that.
No, they haven't. That's the thing. The one that was approved last December is still essentially pending. So the one across the street at Balad, yeah, we did that. And we had in there for them to check it, and we don't know if they did because they don't always follow up on those kind of things until it's pointed out to them.
Wait, so I was actually referring to a different license at 201. So that's NAX. So that would be 3 licenses on that block that they've approved with that church sitting there.
So we're not arguing with what you're saying, but what we're saying is we're asking the SLA to make a determination. And we did that on the one that we approved last year as well. So I don't think there's anything more to discuss on it. I was just wanting to know if you actually did any research to find out on your own, other than seeing it on the SLA lamp map, which we did as well. If you looked into it any further to find out if it was a legitimate church.
No. Nothing outside of that research.
Okay. So we're all on the same page then, because we haven't either, other than requesting the SLA to investigate.
Okay.
Can I add something? Sorry.
Yep. Go ahead.
You may feel that I know you mentioned this is my first restaurant, but I have run highly successful businesses and I've worked at Michelin star restaurants. I was a chef at the Rainbow Room. And this is not the typical, it's South Asian food. And the whole idea of this restaurant is to try and bring all these smaller communities that don't get seen, like the Sri Lankan food, Bangladeshi food. There aren't very specific restaurants. Maybe there are some hole in the wall places, but this is more elevated dining for all these tinier South Asian communities that don't get noticed. That's the whole reason why I've been so passionate about wanting to do this space. And a liquor license obviously really helps us with the check average, and it seems like it is a necessity. People want to have a nice cold drink along with their meal.
And as we've mentioned earlier, we're not as concerned when it's a legit full restaurant. We're not as concerned with having a full liquor versus beer anymore. We've taken a new stance on that. However, what we're more concerned about is the hours of operation. And we appreciate that you're coming to us and ask, you're being honest, but what you hopefully heard earlier is that as a full restaurant and as a early closing, we're not looking for, not looking forward. We're not necessarily going to be very willing to extend these hours anymore. This is what we've been getting a lot of, and I'm sure is what you've heard us talking about. What we want are legit restaurants with earlier closing hours, which is what you're providing. But what we often see is, and again, this is not expecting this to be you, but people come in and they're not making money. They need to start doing whatever they can. So they want later hours. They want to turn more into a bar. They want to change. So that's what we're not encouraging. So just letting you know for the future, we're not going to be very willing to, if we give this to you tonight, we're not going to be very willing to start extending things, changing, adding live music, other things, which you're not asking for right now. So.
Right.
And just as you heard the item just before you, people are trying to say we've set precedents, and what we're trying to now clarify that so that people aren't expecting that coming in the future. And I'm sorry if I've been talking a lot about this, but I just think it's something that needs to be repeated. Okay.
No.
So any committee questions?
No. Oh, I think we should just move on and do the resolution that push it to the SLA basically.
No, I
Not
mean,
the church.
it'll be our standard, and we'll just add in the standard, asking the SLA to determine if this is, the SLA land map includes a church. We'd like a determination.
There's actually POS going to.
Well, that wasn't the original. That was older. That says it's issued, but the SLA hasn't updated that. So it said it wasn't originally. It says originally issued. That was not issued last year. That was issued a couple years ago. It's just that's their website now. Yeah, very unfortunate because it happens all the time. But okay, so if you want to go ahead and put the stipulations up, please. Okay, so it's I think Arthi Sampath as a qualified representative of Anna Perney Hospitality, located 211 First Avenue. My license will be a full liquor, will operate a full service restaurant, specifically an American Indian restaurant with kitchen and open serving food during all hours of operation. My hours of operation will be all days, 3 p.m. to 12 a.m.
I'm sorry to stop. I'm sorry to interrupt. Could,
Yep.
Like one of the prior applications, would we be able to have an opening hour a little earlier in the AM if she wants to do brunch or breakfast or whatever?
Oh no, she can. So yeah, if we're saying opening no later than 3 p.m., she can open at 9 a.m. if she wants. We actually encourage that. We would love to have more daytime open restaurants. They're sometimes a little bit of, I think they're difficult sometimes, but if she wants to leave it at 3, but if she wants to open at 12 or 11 or 9, that's great.
Okay. Thank you.
And I mean, are you comfortable with opening at 3?
I think as the business kind of, I understand, but I've always been in that area, and I think Friday, Saturday, Sundays is definitely a great lunch crowd. And I'm one of those people who loves to dine at like 4 o'clock and be done. And I think that's why I feel like people, if you provide them a little earlier time to come in and have like a more relaxed meal, they will come. So yeah, I'm for it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll leave it the hours at 3, opening 3 p.m. and closing at 12 a.m. all days.
So if I did have to open, like say I decide to do brunch on a Saturday, Sunday or something.
You can open, our language is worded opening no later than 3 p.m. and closing by 12 a.m. So opening no later than 3 p.m., you can open 12, 11, 10, whatever, 7 a.m. That just means you have to be open by 3, but you can open earlier than that if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll leave it 3 p.m. to 12 a.m. all days. I will not use outdoor space for commercial use. Which are you planning on having outdoor?
I don't really have space as such, but I was thinking of having just one table maybe if they want to wait or if there's
Okay.
no space.
Which is perfectly fine. So we're going to leave it checked as you will close all outdoor dining under the open restaurants program by 10 p.m.
Okay.
But just so you know, that's a whole separate app. You have to apply to the city and to the SLA
Right.
separately as well. But just in the, in case you want to do that, we'll go ahead and just leave it that you will close it by 10, but that still allows you to do it. You're not saying you won't have it. Okay.
Okay, got it.
And then you're not having doorman. I know there was a restaurant there sometime in the past. You're probably not you're not having any loud music anyways, right?
No.
Okay. Or we'll leave that unchecked. We'll close any front and rear facade doors and windows at 10 p.m. The windows do open, don't they?
No.
They don't? Okay. So then we'll change it to you'll have a closed fixed facade. And then you will not have DJs, live music, third-party promoted events, any event at which a cover fee is charged or scheduled performances. I will play ambient recorded music only, will not apply for an alteration of the coming to CB3, will not participate in party crawls or pub buses. Pub crawls or party buses, will not have unlimited drink specials, including boozy brunches, will not have a happy hour, will not have wait lines. So you didn't check, but we're going to check off will not have wait lines. Just because it's, as you heard, you can't have wait lines. That's a problem. So,
Okay.
and then you'll have a staff responsible for ensuring no loitering or crowds. We'll post a stipulation and residents may contact the owner or manager at the number below. And that's Arthi Sampath. And what's the phone number, your contact number?
401-699-5421.
Okay. Okay. So that's the resolution we're going to be voting on. We're going to go ahead and move to a vote. Megan Joy?
Yes.
Stephen Ballinger?
Yes.
Clint Smeltzer, yes. Michael Avario?
Yes.
Guillermo Zaviglia? Okay. Okay, so the motion passes. The office will be sending you out the stipulations with instructions on getting them signed and returned. And good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Get anyone off?
Yeah.
That was Arthi.
There's nobody,
If anyone had anything urgent that was whatever, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, we're ending the meeting. Okay, I see nothing. So motion to adjourn, Megan? Yeah. Stephen?
Yes.
Clint, yes. Michael?
yes.
Guillermo?
Yes.
Okay. Meeting adjourned.